First time I've been in this meeting, it's very interesting. Going through the data presentation, run chat, it's a good job. It's fantastic. You did amazing. Would have been talk about what lessons they never or research force really every day. I would really fascinated Are you here? Did I give Are you still here? It's got lunch. I'll be here for lunch.
No, I will be downstairs.
All right, I'll be another day.
Good morning. Thank you for coming back. You never know, after a day-long conferencing, you never know who will show up the next day. It's always a challenge. I guess we did not do very badly yesterday. So today we are going to shift gears a little bit and take the point of view of the users, of data users. Several of us in the room actually do not know all these difficulties of publishers and data collectors and that we were discussing yesterday. But we want the data in our hands to answer some questions. So in the process of talking, of having this discussion, you will see the perspectives that you have from the user's side. So to start off the discussion today, we are very happy to have with us the Dr. Brito Cruz. He is the scientific director of FAPESP, or the Research Foundation of the State of São Paulo in Brazil. Probably the most important funding agency in Latin America, I would say, not only in Brazil. He is a user of data. He has his own laboratory. He is a professor at the University of Campinas, or Unicampi. But he has many other distinctions, and he has worked in many places around the world, also including, I found out, the old Bell Labs in New Jersey. He's a physicist, an electrical engineer, but he has been the rector of the University of Unicampi for 3-4 years in the first decade, and he has been the scientific director of FAPESP now for I don't know, 10 years. 15 years. For 15 years. So more recently, actually last May, he was interesting for this crowd, I think. He was elected chair of the governing board of the Global Research Council. Do you know this? I did not actually know. But it is an association, as I say, of the heads of the world leading research funding agencies. And what do they do there? The main aim is to compile and share data and best practices for high quality research. So I think he's a perfect person to start the discussion today. Thank you, Brito. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. There you are. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you very much for... I won't do it a third time. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this very interesting discussion. When Nick, and thanks are to Nick for the very kind introduction, when he was saying that we are users of data, that it always brings to my mind that there is a close distinction between being users of data and victims of data. So we try to be users most of the time. But anyway, I'll try to give you a brief overview of how we are working at the São Paulo Research Foundation and in Brazil. Sometimes I'm gonna jump to the national landscape in terms of using data and making to help us to make research and research results more visible, and to work to develop our policy initiatives. There are two sides to that, at least, right? So the idea, I will talk to you about what we are looking for in research. Then I will spend a few minutes showing you some information about the research landscape in the state of São Paulo in Brazil, because we are it's a different kind of foundation. We are not a national foundation, we are a state-based foundation. And I want to make sure we understand that. And then I will go into the transforming research topic, which for us relates a lot to developing collaboration to increase our three-dimensional impact of the results of research. By three-dimensional impact, I mean impact in the intellectual arena, in social arena, and in the economic arena. So going 2 steps back from data and how to use data and everything, what we are looking for. Usually funding agencies are looking for impact. Impact in the sense that we are looking to improve the lives of people with the results of research. And in this discussion we had at the Global Research Council in May this year, our main topic was to discuss and to understand better how to assess and how to demonstrate impact of research. Most research funding agencies across the world are pressed by demands from government, from the taxpayer, about why is that should we use taxes to fund research? That happens here in the United States, it happens in Brazil, in Europe, everywhere. So the capacity to demonstrate and to organize that to the taxpayer is really one of the more relevant things that agencies deal with. So we summarized the way we see impact in those three dimensions. Intellectual impact, that means research that discovers things that people did not know and wanted to know, or as we summarize there, ideas that help to make mankind wiser. Basic research, fundamental research, applied research. Social impact, which would relate to ideas that improve the lives of people without bringing an immediate economic benefit. And then the third dimension would be that one of economic impact, which is the one which is usually preferred by politicians, by governments, because it's easy, right? I mean, you create a business, you make $1 billion, jobs and stuff, which is, of course, very, extremely relevant. But my point here is that I don't want to throw out of the board making mankind wiser and creating social benefit for the taxpayer. So that's why we keep talking about those three dimensions of impact. So I want to illustrate that to you with one concrete case that was built and was developed there in Brazil to illustrate the difficulties of demonstrating this kind of impact. So I'll start with one thing that is easy to measure. Data shows to us. You go to the computer and you look there and you see that, well, countries study this plant called sugarcane. And Brazil is one of the countries that studies more this plant. The orange line, and researchers in the state of São Paulo are in the yellow line. And then there is India, China, the United States. So the thing is, why is that we study sugarcane in Brazil? We study sugarcane because in Brazil, sugarcane produces not only sugar, which would be energy for humans, but it produces ethanol, which is energy for the economy. It's in Brazil more or less half and half. And by doing that, for many, many years, studying this plant, the agriculture, the efficiency, and this and that, and so on, and the processes, one of the things that we were able to do in Brazil was what is shown in this figure for the case of the state of São Paulo, which is the most industrialized state in Brazil. From 1980 to 2013, the state of São Paulo is a region of 42 million people, so it's the size of Argentina or Spain. So you will see that from 1980 to 2013, the energy used in the state from oil fell from 62% to 38%. That's an objective that most countries in the world are looking for today, right? And how did we do that? Look at the yellow wedge there of sugarcane. And the thing is that 62% of the energy used in the state of São Paulo comes from renewable sources. Now, how do you show to the taxpayer that by studying sugarcane, polyploids, genomics, adenosine, DNA, agriculture, water in the ground, and so on, that you get from there to having more than half of the energy of a region which has a GDP the size of Spain coming from renewable sources? It's a difficult story to tell, especially because that is done over 30 years. And by doing that over 30 years, the thing is that for Brazilians, it's only normal to have more of half of the energy coming from renewable sources. So it's not that you do that today, you inaugurate the more than 50% of the energy being renewable tomorrow with a party and music and stuff, right? So that is where the challenge is about demonstrating the impact of research to the taxpayer. For example, if you look at this large collection of countries, energy supply, renewable, you will find that the letters are small there. There are only 4 countries in the world that have more than half of their energy, more than 40% of their energy coming from renewable sources. Those would be New Zealand, Sweden, Norway, and Iceland, all countries with less than 10 million people. And the case for Brazil, 40% of the energy coming from renewable sources for a country of 210 million people. So it's a real major achievement that everyone is trying. Thank you. Thank you for that. That's my point here. You do big things, but people don't see that, because when I was 10, I would go with my dad to the gas station, and he would say to the guy, fill it up with ethanol. It's just normal for me. It's not something that we will think, wow, which are the challenges, how do you do that, and so on. So that's the thing about impact, the difficulty of impact, the challenges of impact. So, brief minutes about research in São Paulo, Brazil. The state of São Paulo is one of the 26 Brazilian states, southeast of Brazil, 42 million people, as I mentioned to you. 1/3 of Brazil's GDP comes from the state of São Paulo. So it's more than California in the United States. Researchers in the state of São Paulo are authors in 45% of the scientific articles which have one author in Brazil. So you could say that 45% of the science done in Brazil comes from the state of São Paulo to some extent. The state of São Paulo has 20% of the population of Brazil. 39% of the PhDs that graduate each year in Brazil graduate in a university in the state of São Paulo. And the state of São Paulo uses 13% of its yearly expenditures towards higher education and research, which is a sizable percentage. In Brazil, the way the fiscal system works is that the states are supposed to take care of the police, hospitals, schools for the kids, highways, and still the state of São Paulo saves 13% to use in higher education and research. We have in São Paulo 70,000 researchers. More than half, almost 60% of those work in the business sector. The others work in higher education and in mission-oriented research institutes. And part of this effort in research in the state of São Paulo is done by the São Paulo Research Foundation. FAPESP is the acronym in Portuguese. Fundação de Amparo à Pesquisa no Estado de São Paulo. Which is a foundation which has the mission to support research in all fields. So we are a research foundation, not a science foundation, which means we fund research in the arts, in literature, in philosophy, in biochemistry, in astrophysics, engineering, physics, chemistry, everything. So normally I have an interesting day dealing with all that stuff. It's funded by the taxpayer in the state of São Paulo with, through an article in the Constitution of the state. Constitution has an article that defines that 1% of all state revenues belong to this foundation, which means we never have to negotiate a budget with the governor or with the state assembly. And actually, they are supposed to send the money to the foundation every month, not every year. So every month they have to calculate how much money they think they receive it, send 1%, and make the correction next month to add or to subtract something. Last year we analyzed more than 26,000 proposals. All of them are peer-reviewed. The average time for a decision was 70 days between receiving a proposal and sending a letter to the investigator who submitted it. Success rate was 41%. We spent $600 million US dollars, applied in fellowships, academic research, which would be investigator-initiated research. Those two are about 75% of our expenditures. And then we have a growing program of university-industry joint research in which we partner with companies to jointly fund research in universities, and a program which is very similar to the SBIR, which exists in the United States, small business research. So that's what we do there in the state of São Paulo. And a very important part of our strategy, which to us is kind of transforming research, which is connecting research in the state of São Paulo to the world. You know, Brazil faces two important obstacles in terms of connecting to the world. One is that we are far from where most things are happening. So there's geography. And then there is the language, idiom. We speak an idiom which few people in the world speak, which creates many barriers. So it's relevant for funding organizations in Brazil to have initiatives to foster collaboration and to almost force the researchers to talk to the world and listen to the world. So we have done that by working with all the major research funders in the world. We have agreements with NSF, NIH, Department of Energy, DFG in Germany, the research councils in the UK, everywhere, China, Japan, Spain, Argentina, Mexico, and so on, in order to jointly support research. This is a little map of our collaborations. I don't want you to read the small letters there. I just want you to remember that all good science in the world connects to the state of São Paulo in Brazil. That's the thing. And we have been increasing the amount of money we use in collaborative research. As you see from this figure, we are now using about 10% of our funding for grants are for grants which are collaborative, which have another funder in another country that funds the researchers in that country, and then we fund the researchers in São Paulo. I'm not talking about money crossing borders. The guys, NSF funds the guys here, we fund the guys in São Paulo, and they work together to perform research. And one of the things that we obtained, and we follow this using the data from the databases, Web of Science, Scope, those things, the percentage of articles with authors in the state of São Paulo which have a co-author somewhere in the world outside Brazil. This used to be like 25%. There is a plateau there until 2007, 2008, and once we started our program of collaborations, we managed to get that curve to go up, and it's still going up, which brings benefits in terms of the quality of research, in terms of tackling challenging problems. For example, when we had the Zika epidemic a few years ago, researchers in São Paulo worked with researchers in the United States, in the UK, in France, to help the government in Brazil to deal with that. So we have a network that helps us to deal with the problems that we have to face. That's the main reason. Then, again, how do you demonstrate that? How do you assess? How do you make that visible? One way is to look at, for example, citation impact of research done in collaboration. And we have done this, this is part of a study that we have done in which we measure when researchers in Brazil collaborate with researchers outside Brazil, what's the effect in the citation impact, but this is not the normal survey or the normal collection of articles. We restricted those to articles with less than 10 authors. We did that to exclude, not that we do not find big collaborations less relevant, but they are a different type of collaboration. So the definition in this case would be, we wanted to look into articles in which each author can tell the name of the other co-authors, which doesn't happen at CERN, right? Or in multicentric health studies and so on. So you see, there were, in the period here is 2015 to 2017. The articles from overall authors in Brazil had an impact which was 72% of the world average, which is a challenge for us. We would like to have more relevant science. Now, when they work with Argentina, it goes up to 77%. When they work with Spain, it goes up to 101.12. They gain 12% above the world average, and so on. When they work with the UK, the impact doubles. So that is the kind of data that allows us to look into the collaborations and see, okay, which ones bring us the higher benefit, the best cost benefit in terms of collaboration when you look at citations. So that's one example of one of the items, because of course we are not guided by one figure, right? We look at this and then we look at the problems and then we look at the economics and the social. It's always a multidimensional thing, like Dorothy showed to us yesterday. You have to step back and then zoom and zoom and zoom and zoom until you start to think that you are understanding, then someone zooms again. Anyway, we also have in Brazil this challenge, which many countries have, of fostering university-industry joint research. The science and technology policy in most countries in the world today will have a prominent part saying there must be more collaboration between university and industry. And the thing is that it's something that has been in Brazil for a long time, but it's not easy to measure. There is a difficulty with the metrics, and one of the things is that when you do not measure, people tend to think that that thing does not exist, right? It's more or less like Pasteur had this difficulty back in the 19th century. People couldn't see the microorganisms, so he couldn't convince people that they existed. So in this case, the collaboration must be made visible somehow. Now, we started working with data from Insights or Scopus. They have there one little thing that says percentage of articles in collaboration. And after not too long, we learned that that's not really university-industry collaborations. That's university-industry collaborations with maybe 200 companies which they decided to consider as companies. Very few Brazilian companies appear there, for example. When a university in the state of São Paulo collaborates with a small business which is next door, it never appears there as university-industry collaboration. So we had to work over the database, on the database, to develop a different way to search the collaborations in order to reveal that in the database there were cases for thousands of Brazilian companies which were not displayed, which were not measured, which were not seen, which caused, for example, the government of Brazil to come to us and say, well, you have been funding university-industry joint research and we do not see any results. How can you measure? How can you see? And so on. So we achieved a situation in which we had better metrics that allowed us to better identify which are the challenges that we have. And two of the challenges were 10 universities in Brazil respond for 72% of the co-authorship, which means we do not have to look too much into those 10. We have to look into the other 100 and so universities. But the thing is that those 10 are the most visible ones, are the biggest ones. So everybody wants to look at those, but that's not where the problem lays. We want to change the policy to look at the others. Usually those 10 are also the more powerful universities, which have people in the committees and everything. And when you discuss, okay, how are you going to design the policy? Oh, I want a policy that is good for me, which doesn't mean automatically it's going to be good for the greater good. So it's essential to have data. That's a situation in which you can easily become a victim of data, right? So you have to find a way to look at the picture. And the challenge would be how to design new policy that would replicate what works with those 10 universities with the other universities in Brazil. So that's the little curve about the number of joint articles with joint authorship, and that's a log plot of that, showing that it has been growing by 14% per year, which caused a great surprise in Brazil. This shows the main companies. Well, I don't know why the numbers, in my computer they appear well, but anyway, it would be the, again, victims of data and digital stuff. The Petrobras is the large oil company of Brazil. It does a lot of collaboration. Then you'll see that those are the 25 strongest ones. There are companies which are foreign companies and Brazilian companies. And I'm not going to spend too much time in this case here, but I wanted to show to you this one case which never appears in the database, which is a case, for example, in which this student, Paulo Gurgel Pinheiro, this person there, did a master thesis, a PhD thesis on a arcane problem about cooperative multi-robot. It's one of those things that you read and very few people understand what they are talking about. Right? Look at the equation. That's one of the favorite for politicians in Brazil to come and say, well, look, here's an example. Look what they do in universities. Nobody can understand that. How can that be of any use? That's the dialogue we have there, right? So this guy learned about the robots, about the maximizations, and then they published papers. That paper there on the right, the Wheelie, it shows there in the bottom addresses, University Estadual de Campinas and Hubox. So that's a co-authorship, industry, university, about building what? Not a nasty equation of robots, but a kit that goes into any motorized wheelchair in the world, can be installed in 7 minutes, and uses a cell phone that looks into the person sitting on the wheelchair, and by things people can do with their faces, they can drive the wheelchair. And that became a huge success in terms of, and actually they did all the tests here with the Veterans Administration. And they learned that whenever they would send a kit to a veteran here in the United States for free for them to test, after a few weeks they would start receiving requests to sell other kits because people would see on the supermarket and stuff. So that's one example of where university industry co-authorship leads to business, leads to economic development, to economic opportunities, jobs. Those guys now have too much. Offices in China, in the United States, they were at CEI. So that's, I like always to make concrete what we look into in the data, to understand what we are really doing, right? We are not doing the ones and zeros of the data. Anyway, that's the thing about the 10 universities. And then I will finish by going briefly over openness, which is, again, very relevant in our strategy, because we feel and we know by experience that openness tends to enhance not only impact but also visibility. It's kind of, since we are funded by the taxpayer, why is that the taxpayer cannot read all the papers the guys publish with their money at any time they want to? They should, right? They are funding the whole party and the happiness of the scientists and everything. So some of the things that have been done in Brazil in this topic were, for example, a national database of researchers' curricula, which we call the Lattes CV. Cesar Lattes was a Brazilian scientist who helped in discovering the type of pions, elementary particles. Anyway, it's a database of science and technology capabilities in Brazil. It has, at this moment, more than 6 million live accounts with full CV of a person. It's like an ORCID, except that it has the full information about the persons, where they studied, when they graduated, which papers they published, which are the topics they are interested in, the thesis they supervised, the grants they had, everything. It's all there. It's in Portuguese. That's the thing that kind of, it's a good idea that is killed by idiom, right? But anyway, for us, it's useful. We use that in Brazil, companies in Brazil use, and we learned about that. It's searched 3 million times a month, and it receives 300,000 updates each month. So it's a sizable thing, and it's open. Any Brazilian can connect there and look at the information and find a collaborator and understand what's going on or not understand, whatever. Then we have at the São Paulo Research Foundation a string of open access policies which started when we created our scientific electronic library online, which we called Cielo. That was back in 1997. You know this field, you will remember that in 1997, very few people in the world used the expression open access. Very few, right? And we created in 1997 this initiative, which is a collection of journals published in Brazil, from Brazil to the world, which are in one single system. It's 90% funded by the São Paulo Research Foundation. I will have one slide about Cielo. I will just mention that we have a policy on intellectual property. We have this full grants database, of which I will show to you also a little bit. We started in 2017 with open data and data management plans. We are working with the community to get them convinced and get them to be part of building this, and so that we do not have to build the thing against them. Because, you know, many scientists they are wary about making their data, their precious data, available to everyone. And we had some bad cases of making data available, other people using and not even citing that. So it requires some special psychological work there. Then we have this open access mandate for publications resulting from FAPESP funding, which we started to implement in 2009. And now we went to a second stage in 2019, this year, with repositories in each one of the main universities, which are supposed to have the whatever version is allowed by the publishers. It could be preprint, PDFs, post-print, whatever, those things. But anyway, I want to show to you a little bit about the full grants database and then Cielo. The full grants database is on the web. We have all the 246,885 grants that FAPESP funded. They are available on the web, publicly available, in Portuguese. In English, we have 119,000 of them. And it's a database that shows where people can search by word, by whatever, and it shows a page for each one of our grants, displaying the title, grant number, those usual things, who are the co-principal investigators, which institutions are involved, who are the associated researchers, and then there is a summary of the grant, and then we have a system that harvests on the web any news that appear related or about that grant. Then we have this collection of articles published in Agência FAPESP, it's our newsletter, articles published in other media, 84 in this case, about this research. That's visibility, that comes to visibility of the thing to the taxpayer. And then we have a little robot that goes into the Web of Science and into Cielo and finds the papers which are related to that grant. Because they have to acknowledge in the end, whenever there is the name of FAPESP, there is the number of the file, of our file process, then we can, in this case, for example, 188. We are keen on doing that without asking things to the researcher, because we don't want them to spend time collecting this stuff. There must be ways of doing that with the technology available, and each month they come up to us with new ideas about improving this and having this more visible and so on. And there is also this effect. The thing is that you publish that in your grants database. Then a paper from the scientist doesn't appear there. Of course, they do not make to you a nice phone call asking, well, maybe you forgot that. And so on. It's never like that, right? It's always, why is that my paper is not there? Am I being singled out and this and that? And then you go to the person and say, well, you know, when you wrote the acknowledgement, you didn't write the number of the grant. So how can the computer find that? And then that helps us to have them learn that they are supposed to do, because then they will appear less. So there is a positive feedback there if you have enough patience to talk to them each time and give them a reasonable response, which they not always deserve. Then there is the other initiative, which is Cielo, and I'm finishing with this slide and one more for conclusion, which is a portal of open access journals. As I said, created in 1997. The journals are screened before they become part of this portal, and they are entitled to receive support in terms of organizing their publishing process, to make them more professional. One of the challenges in Brazil is to make journals more professional in terms of their operation and so on. Cielo Brazil started with 10 journals. Now we have 269, 95 of which are in the Web of Science. And another similar number is in Scopus. They receive 1.2 million views per day, so they are strongly used by researchers anywhere. 55% of the articles in English, 76% in Portuguese. There's a percentage which is in both languages. That's why 55 plus 76 is more than 100%. We started this portal in Brazil, and then we exported it. We have that now in 13 other countries, mostly in Latin America. Then we have Spain and South Africa. And then they compose a big meta portal, which is Cielo. Then there is Cielo Brazil, Cielo Argentina, Cielo Chile, and so on. The history of this is in this website, which is in the bottom. And this just shows you that the number of journals which are in the Web of Science and are originating from Cielo, and how we are managing to increase their impact factor. That's the median impact factor. So half of them are above 1 at this point, and they are still going up. So in conclusion, I try to tell you about initiatives we are doing in Brazil, and especially in the state of São Paulo in Brazil, about increasing the ways to make visible, to create, to make visible, and to tell a compelling story about impact in 3 dimensions: intellectual, social, and economic. Collaboration is an important part of this effort to help us with this 3-dimensional impact system. Collaboration within the country, international, with other institutions of different nature, like university industry, university government, and openness, open access policies, which are helping us to connect better to the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? Yeah, maybe a few questions.
Please.
Can we have some microphones?
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. So I've got a quite specific question around your grants database, which looks fantastic and echoes some of the trends we've heard from other funders here. I was really interested about the integration of Web of Science data in there through your scraping mechanism, and because it had a parallel with yesterday's presentation from Carly about what they do with Web of Science.
Correct.
And they only use it internally, and for DOE people under those license conditions. So I'm wondering how come you're able to use it openly as a part? Well, so at DOE, they have a contract with Web of Science which licenses the data.
We do too.
Oh yeah. So you have different, but you present it to globally, where she only has it within DOE.
Okay.
So how come? I'm just interested in the different licensing conditions between DOE, which has to keep it internally, and you, which are able to present it to the world.
Sure. In Brazil, the way we worked with, first it was ISI, Thomson, Clarivate. The way we worked with them in sequence was, it's a national agreement. The Brazilian government has the contract for access and for use of that for all organizations, all academic organizations in Brazil.
And so but is it only available in Brazil then?
No, it's available. I don't know. It shouldn't be available to the world? I don't know about that.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I work at Web of Science. I can. That's a question.
I hope I'm not doing anything illegal.
Is this on? So basically, there's different levels of data. So certain data, like he was showing, are able to be shown publicly, and other data points have to be, behind a firewall. So that's essentially the difference. So maybe that wasn't apparent on the websites, but there is a method to the madness. And if anyone has questions, talk to us.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
So thank you for that presentation. It was fascinating. So
Thank
it was
you.
a pleasure to hear. I found the example you gave very compelling of the PhD student who writes a dissertation, who then gets 3 patents, who collaborates with industry, and produces something that you can demonstrate has both intellectual, social, and economic impacts.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, how do you aggregate up? How do you
do I
look at
aggregate
how do you aggregate up from this single example, sort of case study approach, to make it broader cases? You know where
Sure.
I'm going.
That is the challenge, right? I mean, it's I can tell a number of cases like that, but the thing is that unless you find a way to connect to the economy or to the number of years people live, which are 2 numbers which people pay attention to, unless you get to do that, which I couldn't find yet a way to do, my experience shows that when I talk to the politicians, it's better to show 3 cases like that than to show many plots with graphs and data points and so on. They tend not to be impressed by whatever curve which grows exponentially. Doesn't make anything to them. But if I show, okay, this guy studied, learned, created a company, created jobs, then they say, oh, okay, that's good. So it's that's the challenge. I don't have an answer to that. We keep looking for it.
I think we will need to stop here. I'm sorry about
Thank you. No problem.
Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. We're going to go straight into session 3. So I want to make sure I have it here. Great. And so we actually have a joint session 3 and session 4, so it's going to be a bit of a marathon. There will be a break in between them, but we're running a little behind schedule. We'll see if we can make up time. I'm Jeff Alexander. I'm Director of Innovation Policy at RTI, the Research Triangle Institute. I'm going to say a couple words, then launch into Libby's talk. But just so you know, for session 3, this is our batting order. So we have 8 presenters in an hour. I am going to be ruthless with time management, including on myself, so everybody gets about 7 minutes to talk. But the idea here is to give you all a taste of what are some analytics tools that people are actually developing or pieces of infrastructure being built that have actual practical application in making funding decisions for research funders, in evaluating research portfolios. So my kind of shtick was that I go to a lot of these conferences and you see academics present great visualizations, and then you think, yeah, but what does that matter? What do I care? How is that helpful to me? So our idea here is present tools of things that people are building for funders and other interested parties to actually use in making decisions. And then in panel 4, we're actually going to have people from the funding organizations, AFOSR, Office of Naval Research, National Science Foundation, NIH, Sloan Foundation, give their reactions to those tools and talk a little bit about how they are starting to use analytics, and especially how that's helping them to get a more holistic picture of the research that they're funding and how that moves things forward. So we're going to run through the demos. We won't be taking questions in between, but during session 4, you'll have a chance to actually have a lot more interaction both with the session 4 panelists, but also with the demo presenters. That makes sense? So we're going to start with just some framing talk or comments from Libby Lyons, who is with the NSF's International Office. She ran their Japan office. She spent time at Department of State. She recently finished a rotation at Air Force Office of Scientific Research. And she's going to give us some comments about kind of this idea of like, why do analytics matter? And she can explain herself. So thanks.
Thanks so much, Jeff. And it's a pleasure to be here. I was here yesterday, and at the end of the day, I was reminded of that Far Side cartoon where the students in the classroom and said, "Teacher, teacher, can I be excused? My brain is full." I really appreciated all these different perspectives, and I'm going to give you a slightly different one. And just as my colleague Dorothy yesterday said, she was not representing NSF. These are my ideas. This is not any official NSF policy. To help you understand where I'm coming from, I was a professor for 10 years, a faculty member for 10 years. I've been at NSF for the last 23 years with a year out in Kenya, State Department 3.5, NSF Tokyo for a year, and over at the Air Force Office of Scientific Research for 4 months. Another thing that's important, I have a daughter who's a graduate student in science. That helps to frame the way I look at the world now. I'm in the international office, and I'm in the analytics cluster. So one of the things I try and do is develop ways that are useful for NSF to look out at the world and understand where science is going. I'm also active in an interagency portfolio analysis community of interest group. So what I'm going to do today is take a slightly different approach. I love the way Dorothy was looking through that zoom lens. I'm going to take a different set of lenses. Imagine you're at the optometrist and they flip it. Is it clearer now or now? Now, these aren't necessarily black and white, A and B, but I hope it's useful for you to understand how I come at these things. And you might flip those lenses differently and come to a different place. So the first lens that I would like to present is to understand how research analytics, science analytics, might help us transform research is a geographic lens. So for me, the lens is over to global. We need to look at global science. Why? Well, I sit in the US. 30 years ago, the US had more than 50% of the papers, the funding, the publication, the patents, and the people. Now, that's under 25%, perhaps 20%. Science has gone global. So to be a science leader, we need to put that in context. There are fantastic benefits to international collaboration, but how can NSF put its work in a global context? Where can we lead? Where could we partner, and where should we just watch what happens? What are the strengths of different partner countries? And I would say that in making some domestic investments, we should put those in a global context to see, are these facilities, for example, that are duplicative, but that's okay? Are they top line compared to the rest of the world? And universities can make these kinds of decisions and are. Where should we invest strategically that take advantage of our strengths and match up with others? And of course, scientists, were they to have all these tools, they could potentially find fantastic collaborations. They're already finding a lot of collaborations. We know that international science collaborations are going up. But could they both discover and be discovered more effectively? So the second lens that I'd like to use is a time lens. Are we looking forward or are we looking backwards? Now, sometimes when people are using analytics to do evaluation, the focus is more on understanding the past. I'm particularly interested in understanding the future. So I wrote a paper with the science advisor to the Secretary of State about 5 years ago on how very aspirational paper, on how the US looks to the science, technology, and innovation horizon. And we said that we had to find ways using knowledge and knowledge systems to allow people to look up from single disciplines, around at different institutions, out at other countries, and forward to the future and to the horizon. And I think analytics gives us some of those possibilities, especially in that category of looking forward. So we can look for hotspots. We can look for emerging areas, focus on that yeasty edge of science and try and enable people to move there. Leverage science, put people together there. And analytics can also be used and is being used to understand the science of science. So my colleague Rick Para from the Air Force Office of Scientific Research just made 3 awards through the Department of Defense Minerva program in the science of science, funding scientists to understand how science works, big teams versus small teams, looking at individual careers, looking at institutional impacts. Because if we understand how science works domestically and internationally, we can create conditions that are conducive to transformative research. Another lens, what's the use of analytics? I'm particularly interested in research analytics versus portfolio management. Now, Dr. Brito Cruz explained how important it is to manage your portfolio, demonstrate the impacts, to look at the administrative data, who gets what and what do they do with it. That's extremely important. But my focus, I love to keep my eyes on the prize. What's the science? At NSF, we have unstructured data. We sit on the gold mine of ideas in science. How can we get at that? How can we use that information? And I'm interested in mapping it across the world to really advance science. Okay. And the last lens I would use is an operational lens. Do we start with the people or do we start with the data and tools? And I would argue we have to start with the people. They're making the decisions. Is it a program officer? Is it leadership? Where are the subject matter experts involved? They have to be. Is it evidence-informed? I say evidence-informed instead of evidence-based because those decision makers have expertise and they have egos. I call it now augmented expertise. How can we help them see the world and make decisions? I never talk to scientists anymore about being strategic because they run. Instead, I talk about opportunity mapping. They love it. And so my colleague Cynthia Phillips will talk more about learning agendas and how we look out at the world and understand what we want to do, what the logic model is of how our funding will have an impact, and then bring that back. But the key is you have to start with the people. The tools and data are so exciting, but if you don't have the questions that your people need to ask, then those tools aren't necessarily going to be used correctly. So I look forward to this fantastic array of folks we're going to hear in both panels, and I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And excellent timing, and I'm actually going to time myself to be sure that I'm honest. So I'm going to be talking about a project that we were contracted by NASA to do for the International Space Station program. Their interest was trying to capture or measure the value of the research outputs of experiments conducted on the space station. So you may or may not know that third parties can actually go to NASA and ask to have their experiments run in microgravity in orbit. It gets launched up to the space station. If it's accepted, comes back down, you publish the results. And so we were trying to give NASA an idea of like what is the kind of the value that this results in, right? The way they communicate value right now to their stakeholders are things like this: publication counts, right? What does that help you do in terms of decision making? They actually got somebody to map all of their publications onto the UCSD map of science. But again, it's a little bit hard to say, well, okay, you give that to Congress. What are they going to really do with that nice, colorful picture, right? What we decided to do was a little bit different, which is helping them kind of create these narratives, like Dr. Cruz mentioned, but with some data behind it, so you can show that, yeah, we have these exceptional cases, but it's part of a distribution, right? So the idea here is, right now, NASA gives you this one-page project overview as this is the benefits to humanity report. Every single project has this 1 or 2 page profile, which again is kind of dense, and you can't really tell, well, okay, what does that matter? We're trying to move from that into something where here's the output of your portfolio in articles mapped by subdiscipline, looking at the relative citation rates, relative growth of those subdisciplines. So NASA internally can see where is the ISS science moving, where is the momentum, and also where is at least the very rough impact. And what we found is that things like citation rates are, yes, very crude, they are not very accurate, they're not necessarily, they're always biased, but the decision makers at NASA don't really get H-index, right? So you have to find indicators that are clear to them, are relatively easy to explain, and give at least a relative sense of the accuracy and precision of what you're trying to measure in terms of impact, right? No indicator will be perfect, but the other point here is that we're developing discrete interactive visualizations more as data exploration tools, right? So find out, why is it that this particular field all the way up in the upper right-hand corner, why is it so small but growing relatively rapidly and having disproportionate number of citations? Let's go look at the experiments that resulted in those publications, and maybe there's a story there. So we basically look at ISS experiments as journeys. They're scientific experiments that end with a publication. There are kind of technology development experiments that end with a patent, and we're actually starting to look at even data sets as research products and how you measure that, which is hard. Some of our challenges are that when researchers write about their experiments, they actually often don't even mention the space station. They don't mention NASA because NASA didn't fund them. They just provided the venue. So we're actually going through the literature databases and trying to infer, was this an article that was related to this particular experiment that PI ran, right? Obviously, that timing has a big influence, right? So something that has very little value today, 10 years from now, everybody realizes, oh my gosh, that was like an incredible finding, citation rates skyrocket, right? So you can't say that value we see today is in fact the absolute value of the space station research. You have to be monitoring it on a constant basis. And finally, the idea is that, we're looking at Web of Science for our publication data, USPTO for patent data. None of these databases really capture the entirety of what science does or what technology development does. They're all going to be limited snapshots or limited perspectives. And if you link across them, you actually start to lose clarity in many cases because the linkages might be loose or not very tightly coupled. So we have to just keep that into account when we're interpreting our indicators. So I'll show you 2 examples. This is a distribution of the 220 patents that we identified as coming from space station research. And in the interactive version, you can mouse over each of these circles. Each circle is a patent. You get the actual identity of the patent and who filed it. But the forward citation rate is the y-axis, and then the time that the patent was granted is on the x-axis. And what you would usually see is that the more recent patents would be cited less frequently because they haven't been out as long. So again, patents in the upper right-hand corner might be kind of interesting. Like, why was this recent patent all of a sudden garnering a lot of citations? So that way, NASA can look at that and say, well, what's going on there? We're using their taxonomy of experiment types, which is the color of the bubble. And what was interesting in this case, for example, is they have a experiment they thought was biotechnology and biology, which produced a patent for robotics. So what's going on there? Like, is their taxonomy not really working right? Or is it there is something unusual about that experiment that a biology experiment would result in a robotics technology? Here we're doing something with the funders. So kind of like we heard before, the authors are not always very careful about citing or acknowledging the right funders or the right grants, but acknowledging the fact that our data is very imprecise and dirty. What we're trying to tell NASA here is that NASA knows who sponsored that experiment that went up on the station. They have one sponsor identified. When this comes out as a publication, often the PI is co-publishing with other authors who were not involved in that experiment. They're being funded by other sponsors. But what we're getting here is a map of the ecosystem of sponsors who are funding microgravity-related research. So this is the bigger picture of not just who funds the direct experiments, who's funding everything that is topically related, essentially, to microgravity. And this is important for NASA because they want more sponsors to fund PIs to put their experiments on the station. Maybe they should go talk to some of these funders that they don't talk to currently and say, hey, you seem to have an interest in this part of microgravity. Why don't you fund some of your PIs to put your experiments on the space station? So again, having a real operational motivation for the question. That's everything for me. Digital Science, I'd like to thank for giving us a lot of help with the data. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to John Chase.
Okay, good afternoon. So I think I have, was it 45 seconds at this point to cover everything I want to go over today. So I'm John Chase with Digital Science. I know many of you I don't know. Jeff, I think I've worked with for 15 years, 4 companies, 4 continents, and maybe 2 languages. So we go back quite a while. Currently, I am both I guess I wear the data provider hat and the data user hat. In my previous life, I would characterize my job as a collector of external hard drives from people like Web of Science and Scopus. And now I metaphorically deliver hard drives, and in one really unusual circumstance, physically carry them across 14 time zones because the internet can still be very, very slow today. So today I want to talk about science analytics starts with who. And some colleagues of mine reviewing the slides then objected to the fact that, well, we also talk about what, where, when, and why. This resonates really well with me. I'm right in the thick of it with a couple of elementary age school children at home. So if it can't boil down to like their take-home homework worksheet, the message doesn't work for me. So who, what, where, when, and why is really what I think science analytics boils down to. Out of respect to Jeff, I'm attempting to follow the slide template that they provided. So I've restricted myself to 4 or 5 slides in a specific format here, starting with our challenge. So this is the challenge from the perspective of my team, who both tries to produce data sets and tools for our customers to use directly, and who also have to use the really ugly metaphor, eat our own dog food, and use that data to try to answer some of our customers' really specific and occasionally quite gnarly questions. So key challenge is we see a new question every day. Another key issue is the 5 W's and the H that I haven't written down here, who, what, where, when, and why, and how to a certain extent. The answers can be found in many different places. So Jeff alluded to the challenges of linking together these different data sets. Linking together data sets is a really big part of what we do. And trying to then work with these really complex networks of relationships can become a real big challenge. So really our challenge is how do we make the analysis easier, both for our team and for the customers who will be using the product. And really data cleaning, enrichment, and linking go a long way towards building the foundation on which you can answer the unanticipated question that you never know what's coming your way. Finally, how do we extract meaning from all of this different stuff? So I'd be remiss if I didn't show a couple of pretty pictures. So we have a couple of examples looking at benchmarking of research quality and funding for comparable institutions, so kind of an institutional user use case, and then also looking at understanding the funding support for synthetic biology in the United Kingdom. Okay, so some of the stuff on here might be deliberately provocative, given that a lot of people in the room here are involved in doing persistent identifiers and whatnot, and I'm calling them mundane, but hey, that's what I'm going to do, so live with it. So data, it's really, really messy, and cleaning is incredibly boring. Actually, it's not that boring for me. I think it's boring for most people. It's really, really essential, though, right? You have to do it, or else you can't get any real signal out of the data. Data, this is one that a lot of people don't really think about. Data is usually designed for somebody else, right? Patents are not written in such a way as to tell me, the analyst, what they are doing. right? They are written for a legal purpose. They are written to not tell me what they're doing, but get the maximum legal protection. And I'm trying to subvert this document and use it for a completely different purpose. Administrative data is even worse. If we're trying to track where research funding is going, the cash flows, who's doing what, knowing how much money went to who, great. They don't even care necessarily about the title. Kind of important for us if we're looking at what are they doing? Doesn't matter. They moved money. Okay? So data live in many different places, and linking data is really difficult. And then finally, data is incredibly ambiguous, and this is where we get to the really mundane and ultra boring persistent identifiers, right? So people, we need to know who's doing the work. Research organizations, we need to know where the work is being done. I looked in our data. We have 160,000 variations on the name of one single organization in our database, right? So linking all of these organizations back into a set of persistent identifiers is a profound challenge. And then looking at funders, who's doing the work. All right, so how do we address this? Well, we build a tool that links everything together. This is essentially the Dimensions data infrastructure. So we work with publications. We work with global grants data sourced from about 300 different global funding agencies, all the data slammed together into a consistent schema. We work with social media news. We work with policy documents. We work with data sets via a Figshare. Some of you guys saw Mark Hannell speaking yesterday. We integrate with their data, clinical trials data. And then all these little arrows represent the linkages between our data sets. I think my marketing people last said something like 4 billion connections between the data sets. I don't know. There's a lot. Really complex stuff. But taking all of this and making it useful is really where my company spends most of the time, right? So we do the institutional identification, take those 160,000 variations on the university of whatever it was, and make them organization 7. Concept and categorization, research disambiguation, reference extraction, and then we take all that fun stuff in Portuguese, translate it to English, and then move on from there. So Jeff tells me I have 1 minute left. A Dimensions screenshot, right? So I'm not going to go into too much detail. Search interface, publications, grants, patents, clinical trials, policy documents, one integrated search interface. Okay, those persistent identifiers I mentioned, they really form the key skeleton on which everything is built. So we have our researcher identifiers, we have our organizational identifiers. If I could scroll the status screenshot down, you'd see more of these identifiers, which are then applied across all the different data sets to really let you understand, well, what is Frank Schwab doing in publications, grants, and clinical trials without having to get all crazy about search strings for his name. Okay, a couple of real quick pictures. I'm an institution. I want to benchmark my performance. So we're able to pull in data from your publication performance on the vertical axis here, and we're looking at how much NIH funding you're getting on the horizontal axis here. And these baselines are all the benchmark institution. This is the University of gray box with red outline. And they want to see if you're up here, you're getting less money from NIH and having higher impact. Down here, you're getting more money and having lesser impact. So really kind of understanding from a different topic perspective what's going on. And then finally, I hear some buzzing going on, which means my time is up. So a colleague of mine helped me put together, this is a really nice visualization trying to understand the funding and performing landscape for synthetic biology within the UK. So we can take a look at global publications, break them down by country, then drill down interactively within the country, figure out who's funding what, and then really look at who are the performing organizations, and then how they interact with the different funders and how they interact with each other. And with that, thank you.
Good morning and bon dia. It's a pleasure to be here. I prefer to talk extemporaneously, but I have prepared remarks given the short amount of time and the rapid delivery pace. So, my name's Richard Wynn. I'm the CEO of the recently founded ResCognito. For 20 years prior to that, I was the principal at Ares Systems Developers of Editorial Manager, a peer review system that's used by more than 8,000 journals. Ares was acquired by RELX Elsevier last year. Having worked in scholarly communications for so long, it's increasingly clear that the publish or perish culture of incentives no longer serves the needs of researchers nor those of research funders. I founded ResCognito to play a role in fixing that problem. If we look at the big picture, funders spend more than $2 trillion a year on research. But as was recently pointed out by Shanetta Jones of the Wellcome Trust, there is an alarming lack of process and output quality measurement. The existing tools for measuring quality and impact, even those powered by AI, can be no better than their inputs. As inputs, articles and citations have many well-documented problems. The metadata are frequently insufficiently granular and lossy. This makes it difficult to know exactly who did what work, and the lack of open data and open methods can make it difficult to reproduce results. The publish or perish culture has resulted in counterproductive incentives and questionable practices such as p-hacking and salami slicing. Morale, especially amongst early career researchers, is reported to be very low. And thirdly, as observed by Alison Muddett, the CEO of PLOS, research is not article-shaped. Our current reward system omits many useful and important contributions that are made outside of traditional publishing. So what is Res Cognito, and how can we help with this problem? Res Cognito is a thin layer exclusively focused on research recognition. It is not a publication platform. It's not a profile site or a workflow solution. We aim to implement and integrate with existing systems. All 7 million researchers with an ORCID ID have an open ledger on Res Cognito. This ledger is used to recognize specific granular contributions to the research process in a verifiable manner using open standards. Res Cognito offers two main classes of recognition: peer recognition by colleagues, similar to LinkedIn, and curated or institutional recognition. Curated recognition is typically made by scholarly societies, journals, university departments, or research funders. Research funders who want to have a tangible impact and encourage the desired behavior and practices in researchers. Our platform uses a research counter called a COG, a kind of recognition currency. It's not an acronym, it's just short for recognition. COGs have no meaningful face value, but they can be a useful input to other processes. There's certainly not time to discuss that further here, but I'd be happy to discuss further offline. So let's make this tangible by looking at a specific use case. Many journals don't even publish any information about individual author contributions. But even when they do, this often takes the form of the text block shown here. Authors are unhelpfully identified by initials, referencing full name, ambiguous text strings elsewhere in the document. The recognition terms are not standardized and so provide no useful basis for assessing the contributions made over time or over different sources. In other words, this text block is an informational dead end and is of minimal useful input to human and machine readers. In contrast, the Res Cognito Open Ledger unambiguously identifies contributors and labels the recognition in a structured and granular attributable manner. By providing a standardized view, the data are interoperable and via APIs can be useful for visualization and analysis. So what can be recorded in the Res Cognito Open Ledger? As we just saw, individual manuscript contributions can be recorded in the ledger. This is a live example from PLOS. Scholarly societies can recognize a wide range of activities such as conference presentations, early career membership, continuing education, prizes. These can be linked to digital objects. Individuals and institutions can undertake ad hoc recognition of contributions such as mentoring, teamwork, and sharing negative results. Peer reviewers also want to be recognized, and that can be done in the ledger as well, as in this example. When contributors have been awarded open science badges, such as for sharing data, identifying materials, or registering their hypothesis, this too can be recorded in the ledger. This creates a recognition incentive and provides a way for research funders to encourage good research citizenship. Res Cognito combines all of these sources into a single ledger which is much more interoperable and standardized than what's available today. I'm going to skip this slide. These are the questions that we hope you can answer with Res Cognito. So, in conclusion, assessing research quality is a very hard problem. Over the next few years, hundreds of new research evaluation tools will emerge, often powered by AI. But these tools can only be as good as their inputs. At Res Cognito, we're working on improving those inputs so that they are more accurate, attributable, and interoperable, and offer a recognition incentive for good research citizenship. The platform is up and running today and in active use by individuals and institutional recognition. We're looking for early adopters and collaborators, and if you're interested or have questions, I'd welcome the opportunity to talk. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. Deep breath, okay. Now we're on time, so let's go ahead and keep forging on, and Nick, you're next.
All right. Thank you. 7 minutes. So I had a very good introduction by the previous speakers. I don't need to go to the nitty-gritty of data and all this. So I will focus on some questions here that data of this sort may be able to answer. So what we are trying to do here with some colleagues in China for the moment, and we are talking with some other people, probably in the future, maybe Brazil will participate, is to map networks, international networks in artificial intelligence. Now, this is a grand vision. Obviously, all of you know that China is extremely interested in artificial intelligence. They think that they have really a good chance for first position internationally. They want to map the networks to see how they look, to see how they behave. But I look around in the literature and I see beautiful reports like this. They have collected the data to look at what is artificial intelligence, how it looks. They have also in China excellent reports like this in English. They don't see the light of day in the West, but it's voluminous and very interesting. My interest, as always happens with collaboration, my interest is slightly different than theirs. I actually, as a university person, as an academic, I want to answer some important questions that will help users actually make some decisions. The usual spiel with data, everybody knows this, but we will be interested in research productivity, how communities exchange information, how they overlap, mobility of researchers across organization, knowledge flows, in sort of the pattern that technology moves forward. But let me give you three questions before the 7 minutes end. The first question is who are always people ask this, right? Who are the important contributors here? Now you can look at the data and measure. But really, this does not tell you much. Network analysis, however, has very simple tools to tell you different aspects, to give you different aspects of who is important and who is not, right? So here is one. Obviously, you see the organization that is important in more than one ways. This is a fictional graph. But why is that important? Why would this be useful for network analysis, not just looking at counting? You know, it may be useful to answer questions like this. So on the left here, I'm using graphs from previous studies we've done with Europe. So bear with me, right? So on the left here is a network. Is a network of collaborative agreements in this case. And then if somebody is interested in the importance of a particular program in this network, one might think, what happens to this network if the program did not exist? So what's the value added actually of the specific program, not anything else? And the value added may be that one. If you pull out a predetermined number of organizations from the network, basically collapses. So that's a way of showing value added, right? Second typical question that people might ask. So what is the effectiveness of these organizations? Now that you have identified them, how do we see that they are effective? Well, just looking at patents, very easily one can categorize them into groups. The first group is the numbers will tell you that an organization is a depository, a library of important information. The second will tell you whether it sits in interesting places in the network that it make it very critical player in the network, right? And you can produce little pictures like this. So you can observe different types of networks, and then on the basis of just 5 variables like this, you can see that they look very different. The blue and the red look very different. In fact, the red is a depository of information, but not a very important player in terms of the network. These are the European organizations in the European framework programs in ICT that we studied there. Third question, and I think that might get to your heart. Who is really leading? How can we use such analysis to understand whether we are leading, following, and whatnot? Very nicely, academics actually have developed interesting methodologies. In this case, sociologists. With just 2 variables, which one looks at crowdedness, how crowded is the field where you work, and then prestige, how many people actually find your work important, citations and all this. You can get into very interesting pictures like you see in business schools, very simple, that can explain a lot of things. So you can divide all your organizations into leaders, brokers, followers, and isolates. Leaders are the ones who really are prestigious and work in very well-recognized fields. This is a definition, right? Brokers are the ones that work in new areas, but they seem to be prestigious. People are looking at them. Followers are the ones who go into crowded areas, but others are not following. And isolates. Isolates are organizations that actually are far out there. Either they're complete failures or they do something completely new. The importance of this is that you can create pictures like this, with the 4 quadrants being the different types of organizations, and start taking pictures every X number of years or months or whatever you want. You will see people moving around here. The graph actually, technology leaders may go to technology followers, the other way around. Brokers may start going that direction. So if you run such an analysis in 2 decades, across 2 decades, there will be very, very interesting results. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Nick. And next we have Kaya Mater from Wiley.
Thank you. So I just wanted to start by saying that this talk is very much grounded in my perspective as a publisher. I'm working for a commercial publisher, and we're in the business of launching open access journals, primarily in the health sciences. Do we need another open access journal in this subject category? We have to start by asking ourselves this question before we move forward with any kind of proposal. We need to know the following. How crowded is the market already? Are the publications in this field regional or international? What does our existing portfolio look like? Will this journal enhance or detract from what we already provide? And that includes our subscription journals. Is the field growing? Is the publication output growing? Is the funding growing? And most importantly, will this journal offer something unique to the market? And that could be scope, a different article type, a peer review innovation, an open science component. We're not in the business of launching mirror journals. So here are some of the key constraints that we're up against. Not every funding body makes their data public, which makes it really hard to predict publication output trends. Funding mandates are in flux, as we all know. There's change happening month to month, year to year, and there's no consistency across regional markets. Some markets are growing very rapidly, others not so much. Now, DORA is taking hold in some regions of the world and some institutions, but other areas, other institutions are still really focused on the impact factor to inform tenure and promotion decisions. And that makes it really hard to predict which markets will embrace a sound science publication, for example. Authors now want acknowledgement and credit for research artifacts like preprints, data, code, or video, and other things, not just journal articles. But it's hard to know which ones are the most relevant to the field and if those authors will, in fact, actually want to publish those research artifacts. So how do we make the best decision with the information we have in the moment when we don't have perfect data? I'm quoting from, I think it was Dorothy Aronson's talk yesterday, which was excellent. We use analytical tools like Dimensions, SciVal, Web of Science. We use directories like the Directory of Open Access Journals, DOAJ. We use funding and patent data from sources like the NIH Reporter, clinicaltrials.gov, or other publicly available resources. But this data isn't always easy to extract, and there's not one single portal where we can get all of that information. The most important thing is that we get direct feedback from researchers and clinicians in the field. And there's absolutely no substitute for the kind of anecdotal feedback that we get from these direct conversations. Visualization and presentation can make all the difference. So most of our journal launch proposals include graphs showing publication output trends, sometimes keyword analysis, funding trends, and often health or environmental impact analysis like this WHO map showing cancer mortality rates. All of this helps us to paint a picture of the value that this journal will provide to the author and to the reader. So finally, the happy day has arrived. The journal launches, and the journal is approved to launch. And as I said earlier, there's no crystal ball to consult when launching a new journal. But there are some very good analytical tools. And if we get it right, if the trends look positive in every direction, hopefully, and you know you have something unique to offer the community, and this is really key, then you're off to the races. The community responds, the content is cited, read, and most importantly, reused. And hopefully, lives are saved. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks very much. And I just did something that does not look like it's right. What did I do? Good. We're back. Okay. So next we're going to hear from Jennifer Kemp from Crossref. Actually, Crossref was mentioned yesterday by a couple of speakers, and we've been talking a lot about linking funding to outputs, and I think that's going to be the topic of her presentation.
No, I'm really sorry I missed yesterday. Yeah, so another identifier, an exciting identifier. It's time for grants. So yes, I'm Jennifer Kemp. Please do get in touch if you have questions or feedback. This is early days for grant identifiers, so we really do want to hear from the community. It sounds like most of you know Crossref at least a little bit. I just want to point out here when we take a look at the mission statement, then when we say link, I think most of us think of linking to content. But in this context, I want us to think a little bit more about linking among research outputs and supporting information. So we work with all kinds of organizations all over the world, members and non-members. And we've long worked with funders. We started a funder advisory group back in 2012 when we launched our open funder registry. You probably still know it as FundRef. Now we're calling it Open Funder Registry. So you can search or download a full list of over 21,000 funders. And these are connected to over 4 million works. That's in publisher-provided metadata, and that's great. But we have close to 109 million registered works at this point, so we're clearly missing some information. So now you can see why we don't demo metadata. But this is a good example from Wiley. So if you followed the NSF search I showed, you would get to this record, and you can see it shows the funder information. That's very helpful. We've long had agency-specific award numbers, and that's great. We do rely on publishers to supply that, but they're not constructed as open identifiers. So we restarted our funder advisory group just a couple of years ago. This was because of demand from funders themselves, as well as interest from our board in developing a global grant identifier. So that could be used to uniquely identify grants among different funders. Some of these organizations are sort of publisher members as well. They publish some of their own content. I'm not going to read this to you, but I think this is a good example of the kind of interest we're seeing. Welcome is sort of the first one out of the gate, and they and others are very interested in providing information on grants, awards, use of facilities, and things like that. So what we did was develop a membership model for funders. So funders can join Crossref as full members. They get a unique DOI prefix like a publisher does. And then they can send us their information on grants using a dedicated schema. That schema is new, it's evolving. That's one of the reasons that we really want to get feedback. So Wellcome Trust, like I said, they're sort of the first ones out of the gate. They're working with Europe PMC on this. And we are expecting to see large volumes coming in from them just in the next few weeks. But obviously, we're working with as many other funders as we can, funders all over the world, and hoping to expand that group. So you guys, I think, are the first ones to see this. The very first of 2 grant identifiers were registered on Wednesday. So you can see it's a very familiar DOI link construction. Brings us to a landing page that gives a lot of nice information about the grants. So I think the benefits sound like they're very obvious to this group. I'm sorry I missed the earlier discussions. But I do want to point out that this is really the first time the community's had access or will have access to this information in an open centralized source. So, among the benefits, we're hoping that, it saves folks some time, help them make, connections that they didn't have previously, and make for more accurate analysis. I can see that there's been a lot of discussion of that, so that's, another point that we're very interested in getting feedback on. So as far as next steps, we need funders to sign up and start sending us grant information, basically. That's very critically important, but of course it's a first step. So we're also spending a lot of time talking to users of Crossref metadata. We saw some examples in previous discussions. So submission systems, for example, might have this information, so an author can do a quick search and connect a grant to their work. Grant management systems, of course, we're expected to be very interested in this, so time will tell. Like I said, if you're interested, you have questions, get in touch. We also did a recent and very short webinar, so if you make your way to the Crossref YouTube page, you might be interested in that as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And last but certainly not least, we're going to hear from Justin Day talking about evaluation at Pacific Northwest National Lab.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay, good. So yeah, I am Justin Day, a senior research librarian from Pacific Northwest National Laboratory. I'm also lead of the Battelle Managed National Lab Snowball Metric Working Group. Try saying that really fast. I was invited here to talk about what this working group is, how it was created, kind of what we've done, and some of the next steps going forward. Make sure I press the right button. There we go. So give you a little context behind the National Laboratory Complex in DOE. So there are 17 national laboratories, binned in a way kind of by stewardship. So you see here on the left, we have the Office of Science Laboratories. Next to that, there's a set of laboratories that are stewarded by various different offices based on scientific mission areas. And then you have 3 laboratories stewarded by the National Nuclear Security Administration. Battelle Memorial Institute out of Columbus, Ohio, at the time that this working group was created, managed wholly or in part 5 of the national laboratories. Recently, Los Alamos is joining the group as well, and I'll kind of talk about them in the next steps. The working group was created about 2 years ago from a meeting of the chief research officers of the 5 national Battelle-led national laboratories. And the question was, as laboratories, we each assess various different things across our organizations. We do it independently. Is there anything out there that might be able to bridge this to create some efficiencies and create some common ground? The chief research officer at my laboratory, Mullen Young, volunteered that in our publications analysis, we use the snowball metric framework. So this caught the attention of the others in the group as well. And they asked that PNNL lead kind of an investigation about whether that framework could be used across the national labs and maybe perhaps for this particular area of publications analysis, but as well as maybe some other areas as well. Oops, sorry. So the working group, to start it out, we asked 2 different people from each laboratory to join the working group. One librarian who had a specialist in bibliometrics or at least a skill set in it, and then one performance assessment individual, someone who looked at their own organization and was familiar with how it works. So fortunately, in most cases, we're able to get one individual represented in each case. There were some that where that wasn't possible, but nevertheless, we did get 10 people to be involved in the group. We had 2 different goals in this period. One of them was to recommend a set of snowball metrics, and the other was to develop a series of best practices to implement this framework and really test this framework against the ability for it to lead across these 5 labs. So over the course of about 6 to 8 months, we had lots of teleconferences, lots of really great discussions, and produced a report. The DOI to that is up on the screen. If you don't have to capture it now, I'll put it at the end as well. And in this report, we did select 4 particular metrics. We wrote recipes for these metrics that are specifically used in the Battelle managed lab environment. This was important not only for those folks who are capturing the data, but also to the stakeholders so we could explain to them how to use the data and the circumstances in which it is appropriate to use this particular data, as well as including sections in here on how to implement this framework. You can see the various scopes down at the bottom there of what we considered. The feedback for the report was very positive from the CROs. In general, what they said is that this gives them a good context for how to bridge assessment across laboratories. And since the report was released, we went ahead and did 2 data collection efforts. We do them annually near the end of February, beginning of March period. Each one of these has really informed us about some efficiencies in our own workflows, but also additional questions that need to be asked in general for kind of version 2 of this. Also, we continuously work to build value, right? And so we have this ability to test a framework on the high level, on the leadership kind of enterprise level, but then the organizations themselves have to take this back internally and see how this works into their own existing workflows. So, and that's always that's where really kind of the rubber hits the road, you might say. Next steps that we are looking at, of course, as I said earlier, Los Alamos is joining the Battelle Managed Laboratories. This is a great thing for us because in the early working group, we have representation from Office of Science Laboratories as well as that other category, but we lacked the NNSA. We now have that with Los Alamos. That allows us to open up the scope of questions as well as different science mission areas that we were lacking. FTE calculation. Right now, we calculate using the number of what I call belly buttons at the lab. So whether it be a group admin or a scientist, you're counted. That's not exactly the best way to do it. However, at the time, that was kind of what we chose to do, knowing we would need to work on that. Of course, we want to add additional metrics. These will be a snowball. I'm sure that these will include some non-snowball work. So that'll be kind of interesting to see how the two work together. Display of data trends, which each analysis that we've done, we answer the question, how did we do in last year? Which always begs the question, how does that compare to previous years? So we need to understand how do we want to roll out that trending data in a way that's accurate and meaningful to the stakeholders. And then representing collaboration is the last thing we need to pick up. So right now, we calculate international, national collaboration, but not all labs have all the same data sources, and the data sources don't necessarily measure some of those types of collaboration. So we will need to work on defining how we want to work with that. With that, here's a DOI again. Please contact me if you have any questions. Thanks.
Amazing. So thank you, Justin. So we are actually almost back on time from my calculation. So I know you all have questions. You've been taking notes. The way this is going to work is session 4 is, hang on a second, let me get the slides up here. So session 4, as I mentioned, is going to be a number of people who represent funders. So we have a hard stop at 12:15 for that because we have Dr. Cho from the South Korean government who is giving a talk in room 505 that everyone is invited to. So we want to give people time to grab their lunches and go down to that room if they like. So in lieu of doing questions now in session 4, we're going to be hearing the funders reacting in part to the demos you just saw, but also involve the demo kind of representatives or the people who gave the demos and have them involved in the conversation. And we want to get the entire room involved. So session 4 is going to be very unstructured by design. We found people who I know will be able to talk at length on all kinds of interesting topics, and we're going to let them loose. But then we want to make sure that you all have a chance to also interact with them and ask questions and see if we can get some interesting perspectives on especially the future role of analytics in organizing and managing and evaluating research. So with that, let's take a 10-minute break, stretch your legs, get some coffee, and we'll try and start as close to 11 as possible. Thanks.
Yeah. Just about that.
So are you going to call one by one?
Yeah, so at the beginning, we're going to have everybody spend like maybe 4 or 5 minutes just kind of introducing yourselves. We have 6 people, so it will have to be kind of short, but maybe that's a good opportunity for you to show the data that you have. So which this PowerPoint, I take it, is the right?
It's the last one. It's the short presentation. It's called. Well, why is that? Are you reading it? No, it's not this one. Maybe it's another. No.
No, I think that's the drive you gave me. Is it in one of the files or folders here?
Something went wrong. Let me
Okay.
just take it. I will try to copy the drive.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm actually I might have
Short presentation. That's it? Okay, great. Let me do this.
How to make it visible here?
Yeah, so when we start, when you start your talk, I'll just switch over to your slides.
So you'll be here.
Yeah, they'll be here managing it.
So I talk from the table.
Yes, so yeah, we're just gonna have all the panelists sit down at the beginning, and then we're gonna go down the line. And probably makes sense if you're actually at the end, you know, switch to your slides when you're ready, when it's your turn to talk. Okay, and this is all done, so you can take that back. Yes.
Technically, I think I'm located in one cell. Yeah, okay. Go ahead,
and seat people in this order, so you are by this chair. Just so you know, lots of people are beginning, like, we're going to kind of go down the line, kind of describe your organization, but especially you guys use analytics, like how would you rate yourself on the maturity level using analytics and managing research, and then I'll have like maybe another couple of questions, and then we'll really throw it open. Great. All right.
I guess if I go first, that's good because
How do you want to sit? You have no precedent. You can kind of set the expectation for everyone. So. How do you want to sit? In the order that you're there, yeah. So only. Well, actually, the last speaker does have some slides, but he already loaded them on. So just switch over when he starts to talk. That looks good. So, great, thanks. All right, folks, if everyone could take their seats, we're going to get started.
Yes, for some foundation.
Ah, okay. Interesting to see how you guys do stuff.
Yeah, well, we do our best for very small staff.
Rick, you're supposed to be in order. You're next to Sin. You have to be in order. We were told.
If you're not,
Yes. If not, Jeff will yell at you. If not, Jeff will beat on you.
I have no idea.
All right, Cynthia, you set the agenda.
I'll just take up all the time and then you can take it.
I'm okay with that. That gives the advantage of one after Rick, so anything he says, I don't have to repeat.
I am that do after you. Actually, I was. I wouldn't give it like.
All right, we're going to start the panel in just a minute. So if you don't mind finishing up conversations and taking your seats, that would be great.
Hi, how are you?
How you doing?
You seem to always be running around in these circles.
No.
So it's nice to see you.
Nice to see you again. It's always interesting. Do I run into you or do I run into George on the panel?
That's very funny. You
because it is a lot of times George, isn't it? Yeah, I was with him Tuesday. Oh, really? Yeah. What was Tuesday? So we have the, I mentioned that we have the portfolio analytics COI now.
Yes, yes, and actually, you know what, you all reached out to me and I'm so sorry.
Okay, out of respect for everyone's time, we're going to go ahead and get started.
I'll get back to it.
Hello?
There's no formal link, it's the same donor.
I think Libby's trying to
Hey, folks.
standardize.
We got to get moving.
So, hi, I'm Marina
We sorry we packed the schedule so tight, but we had great people who are, I know for a fact, extremely busy, like all of us are. So what am I saying? But we have 75 minutes allocated to this session. You can see the speakers. We're going to do a couple of questions where we're going to run down the line of panelists and have them react to some ideas. But then we're going to kind of start throwing it open to Q&A, having the panelists talk to the tool people, having the tool people talk to the panelists, having you all get involved. So this is kind of an experiment in free-form improv, but I'm counting on the fact that you probably all have questions, ideas, comments, and you'll get even more as you hear these panelists talk. So be ready with your own contributions to the conversation. So just very quickly, I'm going to let each of the panelists introduce themselves and their organization. And if you don't mind, when you're doing that, also maybe give us a little idea of, you've seen an example of the kinds of analyses and kind of, data analytics that people are developing. Could you say a little bit about your organization's use of data and analysis, and also maybe on a maturity model kind of framework, how far you think you would be in, are you level 5 and like expert at using metrics and analytics, or are you just starting out at level 1 and where you are in the middle? I will mention, of course, that Sergio Salesfilho is standing in essentially as our sole representative of the rest of the world. And I'm really sorry to put that on you. He will be talking about the perspective of Brazilian funders. He's from University of Campinas, but works very closely with FAPESP and a bunch of other Brazilian science organizations. And so he'll be giving a lot of that, I think, interesting perspective in contrast to the U.S. People. I will just put in a quick plug. I've left copies of this piece of literature on the side table there. It's a little bit relevant to this. So we actually ran a workshop at RTI down in North Carolina on instilling greater public trust in science. And we got funders and nonprofits in the room only, a few university people, but that was primarily the audience. But one thing we're seeing is that actually response rates to a lot of our social science research, we do a lot of surveys, and response rates are dropping because people don't see the value of science. They don't understand why it matters that they participate. It's like people take my data and they do something with it and I don't ever hear about it. So a lot of the conversation kind of revolved around how do you communicate value of research back to the public as well as other stakeholders. So that's part of the motivation for what we're talking about here. If you don't get a copy of this, they're on our website. But for that, with that as introduction, so Cynthia, if you don't mind, just kicking off a little bit about where you are at NSF, what you see as NSF doing with analytics, and kind of how would you kind of do a self-assessment of NSF's kind of journey in this way?
Okay, well, what I will say to start, as my colleague Libby started off with, these are my personal views. They're my reflections on my experience of 4 years in the evaluation and assessment capability section at NSF. They are not necessarily the views of my organization. I am currently the Chief Evaluation Officer for NSF, and I'm the acting section head of our evaluation unit. Those of you who are measurement folks or evaluation people maybe have heard the word logic model. Does that resonate with anybody? Okay, well, if you've seen the W.K. Kellogg Foundation Logic Model Guidebook, I was publication rights. What I'll say about what's happening at NSF is very different and highly variable depending on in which nook and cranny you look. So how are we doing in metrics development and metrics use? It depends on where you are in the foundation. Current agencies, a lot of hope for the rising use of analytics for informing our decisions. If we were to use the capability maturity model, I would have to say that on average NSF is still ad hoc, that we have very mature function, which makes it very difficult to get a team going. I'm encouraged by the Evidence Act because it's saying that we need to be thinking about learning agendas, which are basically a strategic plan for all of our analytics and inquiry, and that should be happening at the foundation or agency level. I think help us move from it depends to, well, of course, we're a 5.
Great, thanks very much. Next is Rick Pera, who's from the Air Force Office of Scientific Research, which is the extramural basic research funding part of Air Force. I actually should mention, based on Cynthia's comments, that of course, a lot of the people referenced yesterday the Evidence-Based Policymaking Act, which is in fact having a lot, I think, of influence on our world, because now that people are getting mandates to do measuring science has been a issue since the days of GIPRA and even before that. And so I think that's also part of a lot of the momentum that we see around these conversations. But Rick, why don't you carry it off?
Jeff, thank you. First of all, thank you for the invitation. On the program, it says it's a fireside chat. I asked you this morning where the fireplace was.
We can light a fire.
Yeah, so I'm a little thrown off. I'm trying to recover here. My name is Rick Pera. I'm going to ask real quick, how many folks here have heard of the a funding agency within the Department of Defense? We've been around, believe it or not, for 68 years. We are way smaller than NSF and certainly way smaller than NIH. One of the interesting things about us, and I was kind of hoping to go after Ryan because then he would say a lot of these things for me and then I can just piggyback on him. But one of the interesting things that makes us very unique within the DoD, 6-1, 6-2, 6-3, we are a 6-1 agency only. Congressionally, our money is 6-1. We cannot or anything else other than 6-1, which means our sort of time horizon, if you will, is about 10 to 20 years, which is sort of interesting for a mission military agency to how to explain that. On top of that, so the agency ranging from things like plasma physics, mathematics, high-speed aerodynamics, so think hypersonics, but we have a very unique, well, maybe not that unique within the DoD, but certainly a very different funding model. We're not panel-based at all. We have, like I said, 37, what that means. So we are now currently in the process of establishing a Chief Analytics Officer, again, following sort of the footsteps of Ryan Zelnio and what the Navy is doing. So this is new to us. In terms of your maturity model, 5 was the top. Mm-hmm. We're probably trying to both define and develop sort of research analytics, portfolio analytics, and really the point of me being here today is to listen, to take in, just even how you describe the problems, how you describe the things that you guys do, the words that you use, the things that you guys are worried about, and then try to somehow from that distill something or just get smart on our end. So then this, hopefully we are fair users of data. And I liked the comment that was made earlier, we're trying not to be the victims of the data, which would be very unfortunate. But thank you.
Great, thanks a lot, Rick. And next is Marina Volkov, who's within the Office of the Director of NIH in this relatively recently formed Office of Evaluation, Performance, and Reporting.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. So NIH, I don't think I need to ask folks if they've heard of it. We are very, very, very large. And talk about program officers who are independent-minded. We have thousands and thousands of them. We have 20,000 people work at NIH alone. So imagine we are also structured. We have 27 different institutes and centers, and each of which operate as their own fiefdom. So what is the role of our new office, which is, as Jeff mentioned, about a year old and came along at a very good time given the Evidence Act? Our office's mission is to help coordinate and catalyze across NIH. When people rightly ask us, NIH, we give you gobs and gobs and gobs of money every year, what do we get for it? We need to be able to, as an agency, be able to say much more than, hey, we got this number of publications and they had this number of relative citation ratios, et cetera, et cetera. We need to show how NIH is changing public health. The great challenge here is, what does NIH do? We provide an evidence base, and it is up to others to pick up that evidence base and to use it to improve health. So how do we draw that connection between our evidence base to actual changes in public health. And unlike, say, my colleagues in NSF, we at NIH are very lucky in one respect in that we are part of something very larger. It is the Department of Health and Human Services that drives public health in this country, has huge influence in public health across the world. How do we work together with the rest of the department to understand how our evidence base is utilized to change public health? We live within a department, we can do it. You live within a department. NSF doesn't have that. You're influencing who knows how many different users of your data. But anyway, so part of what our office is doing is, where are we on the 0 to 5? Just as Cynthia mentioned, for NSF, it varies greatly from each of our institutes, and within our institutes, it varies greatly within each of the divisions, within each of the programs. So I can't really give you a number on that.
Okay, fair enough. Yep. Great. Thanks a lot, Marina. And then now we have Ryan Zelnio, who is with the Office of Naval Research.
So Rick started kind of talked a little bit about the difference of models here. The big difference between ONR and AFOSR is we actually fund basic, applied, and technology demonstrations. So in DoD parlance, that's 6.1 to 6.3, for those who follow that kind of stuff. So within that, about in February of 2018, they decided to create the department dedicated to data analytics. And then I was at the Pentagon at the time running the TechWatch Horizon Scanning group there. And the Admiral came up to me and said, "Hey, Ryan, come on over. This is going to be experimental. Become this Chief Analytics Officer." And we surveyed a lot of agencies. We went to NIH, we went to NSF, we went to DOE and other places like that to figure out what role model we wanted to look at when we created this office. And it was very varied. The role we ultimately chose was actually very similar to NIH with George Santangelo's group, which was we wanted to have a lot of in-house capability that was able to of areas, bringing a lot of machine learning, AI techniques into in-house, working with various vendors to help augment our ability to do that. So I lead about a group of about 15 contractors. There's about 3 of us govies. We have a chief data officer who's my counterpart, answering questions. And how are they doing their portfolios? We got about 150, so we're a lot smaller than you, but bigger than. So we're somewhere in between. We've only got $2 billion money, so we're in that range. At strategic, it's really the senior leaderships. Working with our SES, our department heads, our chief of naval research, look at those kind of questions, and the kind of to create new knowledge. And that's a lot of what's been talked about here is that knowledge creation. We're also here to develop new technology, and that's very different than knowledge. These are things that that would go into possible fielding in the future to the Navy, similar to that kind of how you guys do clinical trials, that kind of stuff. And then ultimately, one that's not been talked a lot about here is also people development. So our portfolio, we need to guarantee there's enough people getting PhDs and things like that, because we care about that out in the Navy, and no other agency has that mandate for that. You guys do have medicine, but the undersea is mostly for us, or led by us. Not only for us, it's but led by us. So to understand kind of those outcomes, I would also point is that there's a huge limitation to our analysis. I often, even though we do a lot of machine learning and data analytics on various data sets that have been talked about, and actually paying and working with some of the people who presented in the previous panel, which we'll go into during the Q&A. We also look at that as a start. Yellow is kind of trend analysis, and red is impact analysis. And as you go from quantitative to qualitative, you can kind of follow the pathway. The last thing I'll mention is kind of reiterating a point that Libby kind of made. There's a growing community here. We have created a governmental portfolio analysis COI, but simultaneously we've created a tri-service group on data analytics at the Army labs. So in terms of capabilities, it depends. We do have data science engineers. I would actually say 2/3 of my group is data engineers. Getting back to that boring part that John mentioned earlier of our data. So your analytics stink if your data stinks. So I'd say our data maturity is about a 1 right now. Our analytics maturity is, slightly higher than that maybe, but not by much.
Wow. I was expecting you to self-assess a little bit harder than that. That's pretty amazing because you guys do a lot of cool stuff. So
The more you know, the lower you'll be.
Yeah,
that's true.
we do a lot of good stuff. We affect a lot of decisions, but it's the data quality it brings. I always hesitate on.
So we have this kind of like reverse Dunning-Kruger effect, right? So the more expert you are, then the less you think you do well or something like that. So we'll see. Great. Well, thanks a lot, Ryan. So next is Evan Michelson from the Sloan Foundation. He is the representative of the philanthropic sector in research. This is actually a topic I've studied to some extent, and I'm really kind of curious to always contrast how the philanthropies approach just research funding in general compared to the federal government, where you have a lot of regulations and accountability and things that sometimes philanthropies don't quite have the same set of constraints, but they're also generally a lot smaller than some of the federal funders, so they can do kind of more leveraging of stuff. So maybe you can talk a little bit about that context as well.
Great, thanks so much. So I'm always happy to come back here as a proud GW alum at the Elliott School to be here. So it's very hard to represent all of philanthropy because the old adage in the foundation world is that if you know one foundation, you know one foundation. And part of the reason for that is that these institutions are very bespoke and unique. They've all started at different practices, policies that differ along almost any dimension you can imagine. And as Jeff mentioned, the foundation world is very differentiated because while there are some very critical and important fiduciary responsibilities that we all have to follow, after that, it's really up to the foundation's own internal governance processes that determine how they structure the work that you do. So foundations have a lot of variability and flexibility to follow almost whatever path they want, as long as they meet their fiduciary responsibilities. So one of the best parts about being at the Sloan Foundation is that we actually have a really rigorous proposal review process that we put in place to match the fact that we are one of the few funders of science, technology, and social science research that exists. So most foundations don't fund academic research. Most of them do lots of other really great important stuff, but are not in the research world. There's a small number of foundations that do fund academic research. That number has been growing over the past decade or two as new donors have entered the space. But there aren't that many that have been doing this for a long time. So we at the Sloan Foundation have been around since 1934. There are a few other science and social science funding foundations that have existed for about as long as we have, but many of them tend to be newer. So how do we do it at Sloan? So one is that we are funders of work in this space. So some of you that work in scholarly communications might know my colleague Josh Greenberg, who's funded a lot of work on advancing thinking and research around scholarly communications. I run 2 programs at Sloan. I run our Energy and Environment program, and I run our grant making on a large-scale international astronomy collaboration called the Sloan Digital Sky Survey. So the thing to remember about us at Sloan, again, there's variation among almost any dimension you could think of. We are relatively small. We have 33 staff in total. There are only 8 program directors, of which I am one. We have fantastic support staff, but I often say if I don't do it, it doesn't get done. So I read every letter of inquiry, review every proposal, solicit reviews, manage the interactions with our board, oversee the open grants, and so on. So some foundations have independent separate standalone evaluation teams. I've been in Sloan is my 3rd foundation now. One of my previous foundations that I was at, the Rockefeller Foundation, had a fantastic, well-staffed evaluation team. We at Sloan, as program directors, take on the evaluation peer review of proposals. We have proposals right response. It's really quite a robust process. We have a rather robust process when we think about evaluating our programs, but I would say we put a lot more emphasis on the upfront proposal evaluation. And then when we think about our program evaluation, we try to hold ourselves to the same standards as we do with the proposals that we receive. So every program at Sloan has a standing advisory committee. We do interim evaluations where we get external peer reviews of our programs to get a sense of what we do well and what we can do better. We provide regular evaluative updates to our board on an almost regular sort of annual basis to give them a sense of where we're going. And then we do final evaluations at the end. I would say it is more on the peer review qualitative side. We have all of the data about the grants we've made, the results that have come out of those grants in terms of papers and publications. But as sort of the previous set of presentations talked about, what I'm really interested in is sense making. And when I go in front of our board and talk about what our program has done over a period of time, I need to have all that data in the background in terms of the grants we made and the publications and things like that. But what my board really wants is a one-page synthesized summary of what does that all mean for our program. Are we on the right track? Where do we need to make changes? What are the one or two things that I need to do going forward to redirect our program? So that means that I'm the person that has to take in all that data and information and try to make sense of it and distill it down to 2 or 3 key points, given the limited amount of time that we have to interact with our board. So it's a little bit of a different structure and approach we have to evaluation. I can speak a little bit to some of the ways that other foundations do it, but hopefully this was helpful.
Great, thanks very much. That's perfect. And next, Professor Silas Filho, who has uncharacteristically very good, kind of bucking the trend here, has some PowerPoint slides. So let me cue those up for him.
Right now?
Yeah, they're up.
Okay.
You can tell me when to switch the slide if.
Okay, no problem. First of all, I'd like to thank you all. Good morning, everyone. To thank you, Nick, Jeff, Mike, and Joshua for the invitation. It's a pleasure for me to be here. And also an honor to represent the rest of the world. It's the first time in my life. You know? But actually, I have just 2 hats here, an academic one and more a practitioner other hat. As an academic, I come from the University of Campinas, Unicamp, which is one of the best universities in Latin America. Is always in those ranks. I do not believe very much in these ranks, but sometimes is in first or second or third place. So Unicamp is a quite good university, and there we have a group on evaluation, specifically impact evaluation of science technology funds, funding agency, and programs and policies, etc. And also the other hat, I also work for FAPESP, with Professor Bito Cruz. He started there a coordination for impact evaluation in FAPESP. And we have in the past 20 years made a lot of evaluations, developing methodologies, applying methodologies, and try to understand what's the best way to do it. And here, in this case, and for this conference, you asked us to talk about the use of data analytics in terms of impact evaluation. And I was wondering how to introduce this theme. Once we, in our experience, I can tell you, most of the evaluations, most of the impact evaluations for science, technology, and innovation around the world are done with questionnaires, are done with surveys, are done with interviews, and they are not done with data. They start doing with data. People start using analytics as a tool for impact evaluation. And I got some data, which is there, please, next. We also have a database of policy evaluations, policies and programs, STI policy and programs evaluations around the world. This is called CIPER. We have started this along with, who started was the Manchester Institute of Innovation Research. This database is now in the Fraunhofer Institute, the ISS Fraunhofer Institute. And the Latin American part is with us. We are collecting evaluations and classifying and analyzing evaluations, the methodologies employed, how they use data, how they analyze data, how they analyze information, how they get for automatized or systematic process. And I found some very interesting results from more than 700 different evaluations. we found more or less these figures. In terms of next slide, please. Go just for 2 slides. This one, this and the next one are enough. In terms of data collection tools, these 700 evaluations that we gathered from many different countries in Europe and Latin America, in Asia, etc., 70% of the data collection was done throughout surveys, 80% throughout interviews, only 10% throughout publications and citation data, and less than 1% or 1%, whatever, by Altimetrics using or going for Altimetric data. Just 5% using patent data or intellectual property data, which is, I thought, this is a very low level of data using for impact evaluation in STI. So, and also using information from CVs. Now ORCID is a new tool to analyze people, to link people to the scientific production or technological production. But the next slide, please. And so the same for the way they analyze data on these impact evaluations. Most of them, 90%, on descriptive statistics, 90%. Just 20% are based on articles, impact factor and/or citations, all the scientific data. 1% in Altimetrics. 20% as a whole we use in econometrics. 60% use text analysis, but is moreover qualitative text analysis, not quantitative, not text mining. Text mining is a very low percentage of evaluations. And the use of artificial intelligence, it's almost nothing, at least in this database. Now, if you know, please send me your information of other evaluations that I will go behind these evaluations in order to put in our database and to collect more and more and more. If you know more evaluations, impact evaluation, please tell us. Topic modeling, knowledge, reasoning, etc., is rare to find out. So, and this, in our case, I mean, I'm now going to give you some topics of our experience. We have evaluated more than 50 policies and programs during this last 20 years, and I can assure you that the only type of data that we find that is enough to carry out a good database evaluation, a good data-driven evaluation, are scientific production. Number of publications, citations. We have access to all of this database dimension, SciVal, and Insights, you name it. And from these sources, we can get very interesting and very proper data in order to give to accountability of what is the scientific impact. But for and scientific impact or technological impact is just part of the intellectual impact that Professor Vitor Cruz presented us this morning. It's just part of the intellectual impact. And for the social impact and for the economic impact, we do not find good and wider data sources. It's very difficult to find out, and we still have to go through questionnaires, to surveys, to interviews, etc., primary data. No? So this is one of the challenges I think we have to face. It's enlarge these databases in order to get more closer to innovation. We have data to analyze scientific production, but we do not have data at all to analyze innovation, the economic impact of innovation. We have to go for primary data. These days in a conference, that's the ISSI conference in Rome 2 weeks ago, there was one presentation that I was very interested in. It was one workshop. It's a project of the European Commission called Data for Impact. And I went there, crazy to see what these guys are doing. And what I found out
they have almost the same problems we have. I mean, even considering all the money that comes from the Horizon 2020 to fund this kind of research, they do not have enough. When they go for companies' data, for instance, besides this big database, Orbis and others that can, this database, they do not have, for instance, data for small business. You do not find this. You have to go for primary data. And what I find is, well, we are in the same, or more or less in the same situation. So just to finish my, and in FAPESP now, we are trying to, please, Jeff, can you go to the last slide, not the thanks slide. Yeah, this is something that we are doing for FAPESP. We are gathering 13 different data sources in order to evaluate almost 90,000 scholarships and trying to make it systematic and automatic. Please go move on, please, Jeff, to the next. Here. So to finish, the main challenge we have faced, and I think everyone is facing this kind of challenge nowadays. There are scarce data sources for economic data, economic variables, indicators, environmental impact. Not to talk about environmental impact is very difficult to find out good indicators. Go for certifications. If the company has a certificate of environmental friendly activity, we go for this kind of indicators. Policy impact, we have to go for databases, websites in order to find if the research has contributed or not to a policy design, to a policy implementation. A second big challenge, in my view, is connecting data collection from different sources. It is difficult. I mean, again, the scientific area is more well-connected. It is being more and more connected. But when we go for multidimensional variables, multidimensional indicators, this is still more difficult to integrate this database, to gather data from our Ds and control groups. Because if we're doing impact evaluation, you have to give the following answer. What difference does it make? What difference FAPESP makes? What difference the National Science Foundation makes when it funds a lot of programs, a lot of projects in certain areas? And so for this, we have to have a control group, and it is still more difficult to get data for control groups, especially if you have to go by questionnaires, surveys. They will not answer you. I mean, they answer. We can get after insisting a lot, to have a response. Yeah, we take some letters from Professor Vitor Cruz, saying more or less, if you don't give us the data, well, something may happen. A kind of threat, threatening users in order to get that means we have to start collecting data since the very beginning, the baseline. When people submit proposals, you have to collect data. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to have this data in order to make evaluation. So systematic collection of data, ex ante for monitoring and ex post, which is not easy to do. Auditing this data, auditing what data is saying, because I don't trust totally in data. I have to then make a kind of auditing in order to see if what data is saying is really match with the reality, something like this, and make it inbuilt inside the institutions and a part of the IT system of the organization, the funding agency, whatever, which is still more difficult. And the final question is, please, is it possible? It's just a square here. Is it possible to be done? I mean, this is the main challenge we have seen. Thank you very much for your attention.
Great, thank you. Great, so we have about half an hour left. We have 2 clocks here. They don't agree with one another, and they're both wrong, which is, I guess, typical for academics. So I want to have kind of more of a, to have some controversy here. We have some provocative topics already that came up, so I'm going to try and provoke a conversation, but then have the panelists get the first go and then leave it open to everyone else. As an example, for example, I'm going to say that the hashtag for this conference should be Transforming Research, not Transforming Research 2019 or Transforming Research 19, right? So take a stand a bit, but I'm curious from your perspective. You've seen some of these tools and infrastructures that are being built, and you have a promise implicit with a lot of our presentations in this conference that this kind of analyses and these infrastructures can transform the way research is being managed and done in organizations like yours. Oh, this would make us so much more efficient, and we'd be like better targeted, and we'd reduce duplication. I'm curious to see, you think that there really is that potential, and what are some of the things that you see as barriers to implementing analytics, or some things that you can tell us, analysis people or analytics people, what is it that we should be doing or thinking about to make sure that what we're producing actually does serve the purpose of improving and transforming research in a positive light?
So
Anybody, just go ahead.
Do we have permission to be provocative?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I am going to throw it out there. And what I'm going to say is, what if it's not about the data?
Right.
You know, we have been talking data, analysis. Okay, we can generate beaucoup data. But at the end of the day, it's got to be evidence generation and use. And you've got to think about who your consumer is.
Yeah.
And how ready are they to use all this whiz-bang stuff. At NSF, we have the image of an iceberg. And the data are just the tip of the iceberg. In order for all of these great tools to fulfill their promise, you got to have two more things, and they're both related to culture. One is you have to have the time and the processes in place to develop insight and dialogue around what people are looking at. You can't just hand them something and go, good luck with that. And the other thing is, and this is the thing that's really scary, and this is my opinion only, I'm not speaking for my agency. I don't know what it's like where you work, but oftentimes evaluation is used to prove you're right. Because it isn't safe to be wrong, okay? You have to be willing and able to change for any of this to matter. Was that provocative enough?
Well, actually, can I jump on that? Because I am going to speak for my agency. Okay, I'm going to tell you that NIH has always relied on expert opinion. From our program officers, there is a reason why we hire scientists to run our grant portfolios. There is a reason why we have multiple layers of expert opinion. We're not about to change. We rely on expert opinion. What we are looking at analytics and evaluation, all of that for, is to provide our experts some data by which they can make their decisions. And Libby, I thought that you did a great job of teeing up that concept. We're not looking to move away from expert opinion. We are going to always rely on it. It has worked beautifully. NIH has done so much in its 137 years of existence through expert opinion. But, so therefore, the data that we give people has to be informative to them. We can't just, as you just said, hand them, here's your relative citation ratio of your portfolio. Who cares? If it's not in the context of the types of decisions that everyone has to make, from our program managers on up to our institute directors.
So I guess I'll jump a little bit on that too. You know, being actually data big on the machine learning side, we do a lot of machine learning. I think the problem also is there's two communities here that are kind of clashing. I think you're seeing a big movement to bring in kind of these chief analytics officers, which I'm one, and then you have the evaluation community, which we talked about a little bit last night on, and it is a little bit of a clash. I try to be ambassador to both those communities. But I will sit there and say, you know, the question that we have is, yes, we highly value expert opinion. We believe at the outset, any analysis that we do good science, because we have mechanisms to ensure that we do good science. We use peer review, and not when we award stuff. We're different than you guys in that. We are stealing from one of my colleagues the term that she's been using, championship science. I kind of like that title, where we champion people. But the question is it the right science? And that's, I think, where we're making more of an impact on, which is, for instance, one of the questions I'm being asked is, how aligned is our intramural with our extramural? I can use the data sets here decently. There's a lot of problems I have with it still, but decently to understand my extramural portfolio. What the problem we have is a lot of our intramural portfolio does not publish. That is not the metric for which they are judged on. NRL to some extent is, but NRL does a lot that's not published. National Research Labs, for those who are not, I'm sorry for acronyms. So how do we mirror up our internal data sets with that we are getting from the external data sets to augment that analysis and to get to the questions and, to get to the more better questions, which I mentioned earlier, I put in my red category of more qualitative, being, what's the actual impact on the workforce? Right now, I liked how John talked about earlier, it's about the people, because it really is about the people. And the biggest problem we have in machine learning and analytics is the people problem is hard. It's very difficult. It's not solved. So if I want to be able to look at, for instance, a question I have is, how many grad students that we fund end up working for the Navy?
Yeah.
That's one basic question I get asked. I cannot answer that question. A little bit through survey. We are employing survey, but even survey has its problems. In terms of time consuming, the questions are being asked now. A good survey takes time to do, type of stuff. So I would say it's a little bit of both. I would say the reason I think we're going more and more to the analytics side is the criticism of evaluation is it takes too long, and the decision was made 6 months before an evaluation completes. So yes, the gold standards of eval of pushing into things like the things you were collecting. Things like that, and the complaint I hear from my counterparts in the UK and places like that is, these evaluators, they're great, but they're irrelevant because the data's never there on time, and that's why we're moving more and more towards data analytics to get to that speed. Even though we know it's bad, but you know what? Senior decision leaders are used to working in risky environments with incomplete data, anyways.
Good point. Great. That's good. Sergio?
Well, just to be more provocative yet, yesterday, attending for the presentations and the discussions, I was wondering in a word, one of my, besides evaluating also, we do foresight studies, future studies, and I was wondering a scenario in the future where all decisions in science, technology will be based on data-driven decisions. Suppose that, just by supposition. And I was wondering if, then I put it for you in the audience, two possible consequences of this. One is scientists will become more and more generator of data, because who will have the capacity to analyze so enormous quantity, volume of data? Only those who have the algorithms and the capacity to evaluate this. So it will be an important change in the division of labor between scientists and analytics and, different actors in the system. This is one possibility, if we just for supposition, by supposition. Another consequence is that maybe who has the capacity to analyze this enormous and growing volume of data? Maybe we will have big Googles or companies specialized in analyzing scientific data and getting to results that will have more economic and societal impacts. So these are two possible futures. I don't believe in this. I do not believe in this. I do not believe in data, very much. I'm joking, of course. I'm stressing the argument. Of course, I believe, but we have to believe. We have to look at this with very carefully. You do not. It's not possible to move on or to evolve in this area without peer review, without opinion-driven decisions. We have to have a mixing up these combinations of data and opinion in order to have a better world in this science and technology innovation area. Thank you.
Great, thanks a lot. Rick or Evan, you want to jump in, or you can?
Yeah, I'll just say, so there are two thoughts here. So one is that where I think a lot of these tools could be useful is in helping someone like me answer the question of where would I put my marginal dollar, right? Because I've spent a lot of time and effort and strategic resources and planning to develop a program that is hard to change on a dime. But the question that I always think about on an annual basis, and that we sometimes talk about when we do resource allocation, is if you had X% more money, what would you do with it? If we had to cut back and you had X% less, what would you do with it? That's where I can imagine these kind of tools being useful, because I want to know where the spaces that could use more money, or maybe if I need a cut, where I would cut. That's a really good starting point for someone like me to be able to use some of these tools, because I'm not able to change an entire grant-making portfolio, all at once. But I often need to make a decision where does the marginal resource go or get cut.
Yeah. I'll actually throw in there from my experience. So we did an evaluation for the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation on their funding of research in quantum materials. And the problem there is that we had to put it in the context of they're spending $90 million over 5 years, which is great, but there's a lot more money being spent by other actors. So they need to know where do they fit in this bigger funding ecosystem, and that's where we really have no data, right? So even the term quantum materials was one that they made up. So we then had to go in the literature and find out, okay, well, what qualifies in quantum materials and not, which is a totally subjective judgment. And so for them to figure out where do they leverage that dollar by putting it in there so they can help lead other sponsors into these new promising areas, we have to know more about this global funding and research ecosystem, and that's really hard to get data that makes sense and have it actually, something that you can process and analyze. So I want to give everybody else a chance to make their own comments. Hopefully we have a couple of mics. Please go ahead.
Good day to you. My name is Fatima Barnes. I'm the director of the Health Sciences Library at Howard University. This question is directed to Marina. I'm curious to know about the processes in place for the All of Us data, and what do you have in place to evaluate and disseminate that information to the public?
So All of Us is a very large research initiative at NIH with a goal of having 1 million people register and share data about their own health status, their genetic status, several different personalized factors geared towards personalized medicine. And All of Us I am not within the All of Us office. I would recommend you talk to them. They are very intensely focused on how can this data be shared while still protecting privacy. It's a very tricky. But All of Us is actually a great example of NIH is making quite making quite an investment in the All of Us program. Do we know if it's going to pay off or not? No, it's a high risk, high reward kind of endeavor. And I loved what you said about marginal. At what point do we know that it's paid off? At what point, do we continue in high risk, high reward in general, pouring money into it? When do we make the cut that it hasn't worked the way we expect it to? And that is something where evaluation, analytics, and all can help. So All of Us is a prime example of that. Meanwhile, I would recommend you go to their website and contact them. They're fabulous at responding to.
Yes, go ahead.
I don't think the mics are working.
I can hear you.
Hi, I'm Judy Smith with the Taubman Health Sciences Library at the University of Michigan. This question is for Cynthia. I latched onto your idea about a learning agenda, and I was interested if you could speak a little bit more about that.
Sure. The learning the learning agenda is basically a strategic plan for an organization's approach to evaluation and analytics. Basically, you work with stakeholders whether they're inside your entity or outside, to determine what are the questions that if you had the answers to would change your behavior. I heard somebody say yesterday, actionable insight. And the key thing is having actionable measurement. And oftentimes we're allured by the low-hanging fruit. And that low-hanging fruit, there isn't necessarily a so what or what are you going to do about it tomorrow if you knew. So the learning agenda process is something that the Evidence Act is requiring all of the, financial CFO, that have CFOs, the 24 agencies that have to have these learning agendas, which are basically agency-wide set of questions and what are the kinds of studies that we will fund in order to get those questions answered. All of a sudden, we're going from an ad hoc, two hands anywhere, let's evaluate what we want when we want, to an umbrella that is very, very focused. And I think that although there is some risk in how big the holes are in your net, having an entity-wide focus will allow us to do more with less.
Back there?
So we've talked about the importance of expert opinion, and one of the challenges with that is the experts bring a lot of biases with them. So I'm interested in your opinion about how specifically evidence can be best used to help those experts recognize and challenge those biases in your agencies.
I'll take a kind of first cut at this. There's a paper I reference a lot of times by Raphael Popper, written in 2009, that kind of creates a diamond kind of for foresight and technology assessment areas. And in that diamond, there's 4 quadrants. On one quadrant, it's expert-based, which talks about expert panels, Delphi survey, and it has the methodologies of evidence-based. Of expert-based. Another quadrant is data based, which is patent analysis, BB metrics, things like that we talked about here. Another quadrant is crowd-based, which would be like conferences, crowdsourcing, and then the other quadrant is creativity-based, which would be things like scenario planning, science fictioning, wildcarding, and things like that. To me, a robust program actually touches on all 4 of those bases. Each one has negatives. Each one has positives. Some of those negatives are done by others. For instance, in a lot of our looked at expert bias, things I've seen out there, there was some good work done by ARPA that experts are the worst record for doing predictions of the future. Because there's blinders. I mean, they're great at incremental. If you field were not to be impacted by externalities, they're usually pretty good at that. I think you were involved in that, so you can probably give me a better analysis of that final analysis. But yes, so you really need, the problem with data is that you only can do that which is measurable. I mean, you're limited to things that are measurable, and a lot of the questions we have are unmeasurable questions. And the problem with creativity is they're great at case studies and looking at very specific case, but they're usually not generalizable. So each has a kind of a plus and minus to each of those. So a robust, I think, analytics department can draw upon all 4 of those methodologies as the analysis gives you time to do.
So my editorial comment on that, about that IARPA thing in particular, so they were like asking experts to predict like scientific, where the science is going. And there's this obvious first thing that people do. They go to like the national academies and they get these eminent scholars who are, 10 to 20 years post-tenure. And I told them, like, no, you get the PhD students. Like, these like old professors, they don't keep up on the literature. It's like the PhD students have to know the literature and where it's going. Like, that's the kind of people who know how to do those predictions best because they're actually living it to get their theses. And unfortunately, they did not listen to me. But
Given that we have a captive audience here, I want to make a pitch to the analytics providers out there, and that is, please do not assume that everybody knows what question your beautiful picture is going to answer. Be very clear about the questions about the caveats for the interpretation, and use the beautiful, enticing picture as an educational moment. That many of us will need help in coming along. If you want your work to have impact, you've got to be better teachers.
And those pictures will be misused by the people you give them to.
Yeah, exactly.
Undoubtedly.
To prove what they already believe.
You have another question in the back, please? Yes.
Oh, hi, good morning. I have a comment or a question or a note about the efficiencies. So for the analytics providers, you asked what you want us to see. Efficiency is like the biggest buzzword in industry. I don't know, it's like constantly going on efficiency. But I think as you develop these efficiency matrix, I think one of the speakers earlier touched on like the morale of the people doing the work. Maybe it was implied as you talk about this stuff, but I want to implicitly say it, that we shouldn't forget about the scientists themselves and creating environments so that they can actually do their best research. There are many cases where scientists cannot continue research because they don't fit into what the business thinks is efficient. And simple things are like paternity leave or maternity leave. Like I could draw like many other things, but I just want to comment and explicitly say that the morale of the end user is also quite important when you start to build these, models and things like that.
No, yeah, that's a great point, because we tend to, in our analyses to treat people like widgets, like PIs are just little dots on the chart, right? And then we kind of forget what all the circumstances are. Actually, there's a comment back here.
So my name's Sally Gore. I work for the University of Massachusetts Medical School, and I worked for about a decade in the library as a scholarly communications librarian, and then 3.5 years with our Center for Clinical and Translational Science as their evaluator, and then back to the library. And so I don't have a question, just kind of a request of funding agencies from being a practitioner on the ground floor. One of the reasons I left the library to kind of devote some time to this particular center is because of the rise of all these really amazing tools that could tell a much bigger story than the number of publications. But then the funding agencies still continue to fall back upon that low-hanging fruit or whatever. How many publications are there? How many more grants did you get? How many people did you train? How many publications did they get? How many? And kind of missing that bigger picture. I think one of the greatest things about this meeting or just bringing people together is that we can have these discussions and sort of bring everybody along to get on the same page. And so I know one of the most frustrating things for the NCATs or the translational science was let's have a common metrics initiative. And they just went back to pubs and grants and trainees. And we can just tell so much more. So that's just kind of a comment and please come along with everybody together.
And the program that you're talking about, an NIH, another very large investment made by NIH to have centers that actually try to move along the translational pathway. How do you show when basic research is translated into clinical applications, and those clinical applications are tested and ensured that they can be applied? How do you capture that pathway? And a lot of people, including you, it's interesting you bring up the common metrics, because it did seem to default back to publications, but now I think they're trying much harder to look at the content of those publications. We have the technology. We heard from some of you. We can look at networks of researchers who's working together, who didn't work together before. Are there interesting networks there? Can we do content analysis on the publications? More importantly, can we show further down the line, is FDA using this data to make decisions? Is CMS using this data to make payment decisions, which is what really drives healthcare in this country? And the CTSA folks and the folks at the National Center for Advancing Translational Science are all trying to go after that kind of using data to make those kind of judgments on the research.
And actually, I'm going to throw in a little comment about, because there's this metaphor of portfolio management I hear a lot in R&D now. And so looking at this from a finance point of view, right, that's where kind of portfolio management has been professionalized. And the problem we have is that in finance, we have categories of investments, right? We have high-risk equities. We've got your blue chips. You can do bonds, and we can basically manage our risk and mitigate it by the right balancing of these different assets and their risk classes. We have nothing like that in science. We cannot measure the risk of scientific projects. We have no idea what's the variety of riskiness of different projects and how do you actually balance that portfolio. And so we're using this metaphor that seems very quantitative and scientific, but again, we don't have the data, we don't really have the evidence. We just are saying this because it sounds good and that's what people can kind of glom onto from my point of view.
Well, to optimize a system, you have to know what the outcomes are. And it is impossible for us to capture our outcomes.
Hi. Is this on? Hi. I'm Barbara Praley with Johns Hopkins University. I actually want to build on a comment that was made prior to this, which is I was kind of listening to all of you and thinking we're assuming a constant flow of talented researchers into this entire system. And as we start to get more and more interested in the analytics and the outcomes and measuring, do we start to create an environment where there's some self-selection and loss of some of the talent that might come into that pipeline? And I don't know, but I'm curious to hear what all of you think.
So I was just going to, maybe to both these points, is that I think this is where philanthropy can come in and play a role, right? So as I was mentioning, we get subject matter experts to review the proposals that we have, but one of the nice things about being a foundation program director, except perhaps as opposed to maybe working in government, is I have a lot of flexibility. So we take account of how diverse are people's teams, how good are they as mentors. I spend a lot of time working with PIs to get a sense of how are they as program leads and research leads. So we're not just selecting on this single quality, the single criteria of quality, which has to be there maybe as a prerequisite, but we really account for lots of other dimensions in terms of how research teams perform that go into whether or not I might recommend a proposal for support to our board.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Hi, I just wanted to add two things, which is when we talk about portfolio balance at NSF, and I've been there for 22 years in bio and international, it's not just quality, because we get so many amazing proposals. If we had double, triple the money, we would have no problem funding great projects. But in biology, for example, I couldn't fund all my projects if they came from California. I can't just give all the money to California.
Yes, you can.
Oh. And I love birds, but I couldn't fund all my project for birds or for plants. And I can't fund just people who've been funded before. I have to think about what about the younger scientists? And we think about also what about the training programs? What about the techniques? What about the risk? So there is a really wide range of things that we talk about and think about when it comes to portfolio balance, because we have multiple objectives to achieve. Mm-hmm. We're pushing the frontiers of science, but in the process, we're taking care of that ecosystem, we're taking care of the people and all that diversity. And then the other thing I will say to the point over here is my daughter is a graduate student, and in science, she's scared to death and has no interest of going to an R1 institution. This pressure she sees, the grant pressure, the analysis pressure, she would be fantastic, but she has no interest in this. And she's got two parents who are PhDs, both of whom who left academia. And so it is a real concern that you're only going to get the people there. And she does amazing things with students and outreach and other things, but those aren't valued. And she doesn't see the opportunity for a work-life balance at all in this environment. So that's just one data point.
Let me give Nick a crack at this, and then we had a comment over here, I think, next. So, Nick. Give Nick the, yeah.
Yeah, I can scream. A very easy comment, actually. It's one thing to say that there are risks involved and maybe we cannot capture them. The other is that the methodologies have advanced quite significantly here. I can mention a few, but you know from me, options analysis is exactly that. It's trying to capture the, and real options analysis, trying to capture all kinds of risks in research. So the problem as a provider of such tools, I see reluctance from the other side. You know, you feel
Us?
the no, really. We have been developing options for. We started with DOE 15 years ago. Where is it? Who is using this? Nobody. It disappears. And the one reason is that there is a pushback from the. So it doesn't. It looks complicated. You know, this kind of stuff.
And one thing that refers back to Cynthia said, that the great saying I've heard is that people use data the way a drunk person uses a light post, which is more for support than illumination. Which I hear, I think about that a lot when I'm talking to some of our sponsors. So you have the mic here. So
I'm really struck by the points that have been made from the floor about people and morale of people and how that fits into the whole system. And you know, we know that the people who actually do most of the research, that generate most of the research data, are largely speaking early career researchers, are grad students and postdocs. But most of them don't end up in a career in research, right? But they're the sort of nuts and bolts of the whole system. And the value that research funders provide comes from those people as well, and where they end up eventually. Right, and so that's an interesting. So I wanted to ask the question: is anyone measuring anything or evaluating anything with respect to where all the people that have received this research funding and research and done the research but haven't ended up in research ultimately? You know, the value that you're delivering by giving that, because that's a really important indirect value that funders provide, is the people and where they end up in other completely unrelated areas.
So NIH evaluates and thinks about its training programs to understand, are people still contributing to the scientific ecosystem, but it's impossibly hard to catch. Like you said, where do they go? But one provocative thing that I want to say here, and now I'm speaking personally and not on behalf of my agency, is how do we know what the right number of scientists are? So NIH doubled its budget in a very short time. Okay, and what was the result of that? People bought Brill infrastructure, people went crazy, as they should, as NIH doubled, and then guess what? The doubling stopped. Okay, so we had all these trainees, we had mass-produced PhDs during that time, and then the doubling stopped. We can no longer afford to build out the field at the same rate. What is the optimum number of scientists to be involved? Lots of people have asked the question, did the doubling of NIH's budget result in the overproduction of PhDs? I would argue anybody who's scientifically literate I keep saying I'm a valid outcome. I come from an NIH training program, and hopefully people would think I'm valid. And lots of PhDs end up doing all kinds of contributions, but could be that maybe we have an infrastructure that's insupportable the way it is now. In terms of research, yeah.
So I'll just add that, I mentioned this earlier, we talk about outcomes, at least within O&R, we're kind of looking at those kind of the tri-outcomes of knowledge, technology, and people. Our three outcomes that we tend to look at, and there's questions within each of those. But, I guess, a lot of this talk has been really on just on knowledge only, but the technology and the people are really what gives us money. I mean, those are the things, did we deliver something either, depends on the agency what your technology outcome is, and your guys, improving health, us improving war fighting, kind of the opposite. Let's put that out there. My opinion, not my agency. But these are outcomes. But the people outcomes, we do have lots of different outcomes. We have a whole program for historically, was it the
HBCUs?
HBCUs. I'm sorry. HBCUs.
Historically black and
Historically black colleges.
Black colleges and universities. Right. Sorry.
We have a similar-ish thing to EPSCoR, not quite called that, but similar-ish to disadvantaged areas. I mean, so there are outcomes that are not, I would put in the knowledge base stuff. And, you know, and even our portfolio, our 6-1 is only, depending on how you count it, between 7 to 900 million, which is about 40% of our portfolio. I mean, so the vast amount of metrics and analysis we do is even at the higher tier, at the advanced, you know, research areas, of which patenting covers a bare minimum fraction of that. I mean, take AI. Most companies in AI don't patent. So you're trying to measure that, and most of them are not university based either. The field of AI is very different than that. So how you measure these things is very different. And you know, next time I would say we do data providers, bring in some of those higher TRL. You know, bring in like the pitch books, bring in the Bureau of Van Dykes, you know, or the Thomson Reuters financials, that kind of stuff.
Sure, yeah.
Because those are the ones we're also interested in.
So we're at the 2-minute warning. Let's do Libby real quick, and then Cynthia was going to.
The same comment you have, which is simply to say that NSF has a statistical unit that does the survey of earned doctorates.
Yep.
So we have a lot of information on people who don't end up in academia. The other thing that NSF has done is they've started this new supplement program called the intern program, recognizing that more than half of the people who get PhDs in science don't go into academia. So this allows them opportunities to work in industry, work at national labs, and startups, NGOs for 6 months, as long as it's research related. So there is some recognition and study of this.
I will mention that the SED just asks a PhD graduate, where do you think you're going to end up working after graduation? And then we lose them. They have a survey of doctoral recipients, which is sample-based, which has been having a lot of problems. So finding out where the PhDs go later in their career is still a little bit rough.
Yeah, in addition to all those problems, we've also got time. That in trying to understand where somebody goes, you have to build that in from the beginning rather than try to find them as an after effect. So one of the things that NSF is experimenting with is the development of longitudinal monitoring and evaluation systems. For example, our where they're going to end up. But if we build it in and say, I'm keeping track of you until enough time has passed for you to have a career outcome and to connect to other data sets, then we can start to answer those questions. But everything is so siloed in the way that we approach human talent development that although NSF may touch a highly capable academic or industrial professional 87 times over the course of their career, we can't add it up because our systems don't talk to each other about who got what.
Last comment for Sergio, and then we have to close. Sorry.
Just to add something on this subject, FAPESP is trying to follow all the PhD and master candidates they fund. And in this area of impact evaluation, we try to cross data from the inputs data from CVs, from scientific production, and also from a national database on employment and salaries, etc. So we can cross all this data nowadays in order to see where these people are going, work, and then to find out patterns. Try to find out patterns, which profiles goes to which kind of job, etc. Now, this is an interesting thing that's moving on. May I make one question for my colleagues in the table? Because to which extent are you funding proposals without looking at CVs? None. None. Nothing. Always you have to look at the CVs.
Yeah.
Not only the proposals.
Yeah, investigator is one of 5 review criteria by which
I know,
NIH makes
but
it.
some agencies around the world start for a small portion of a small amount of funding dedicated to just looking at the proposals and not to the CVs in order to see more risky and challenging proposals.
NIH has some programs now where they're just looking at the investigator and not at the research.
Right. Yeah, that's a little different. So. Great. Well, we got a break so people can get lunch and then also hopefully hear Dr. Cho speak. But let's thank our panelists and everybody who's involved. And the talk is in room number 505. Hope you found this interesting, and
Good lines.
it is slightly smaller than this, so not everyone can be accommodated. So thanks again.
And I just want to invite any librarians in the room to join me and my colleague Fatima in room 403 and have lunch together.
It's been a while. Oh, sure, anytime.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna call you up and see if you were planning on talking about it. I was gonna call you up and you wouldn't say anything about it.
Were you like in Crete the whole time?
Yeah, you are going down there.
Actually, I spent two months this summer.
Because I talked to you about Crete right before I went myself, and I thought of you thinking, yeah, I could see.
I would like to know what you guys are doing.
Yeah, let's talk. Yes, because you know what? It's something you said. I really want to get at this point risk management, all of that sort of businessy kind of process is being handled by our management analysts. Have nothing to do with the research, and we're trying to think how do we bring that together better. And I have a feeling you might be able to help with that. But yeah, let's talk.
Yes, I would like very much. When I heard from him, I was very
Yeah.
Do I have the current business card?
No, and you know I'm terrible. I never carry one.
Now I have an email or something.
Yeah, definitely. I would really, that would be great. I'd love to talk because, yeah, we're just a year into it, and I'm about to launch on our own sort of strategic planning where I'm going to really start nailing down what we're trying to do, and I think it'd be great to talk with you. Okay, we'll talk soon, and we'll talk about Crete. Hi. Oh, okay.
I'm actually coming to
Well, those kids have like 3 parents have a lot of
something on February 20th, November 20th, literature research, and we're having expert research panels, early careers researcher panel, and a funders panel. And I'm wondering if speaking.
Sure. As you can tell, I love talking.
I think bringing in what you talked about here, but then some of these other great.
Sure.
So I'll
Okay, great. Thank you. Hi. Of course. It's nice to see you.
You're in a new role.
Yeah.
My colleague, Mike Wiley.
Nice to meet you.
I'm meeting somebody else, but I'll let you know.
Okay, nice to see you. Okay.
I just wanted to introduce myself and check over back to you. I'm working on research as well. So I had you show
And you're doing a lot of really good things. Yeah. I tell you, my office role, we have, you probably really know, especially the folks in the office of extramural research and George St. Angelo.
I'll get out of the background here.
Our role, we're going to let them figure it all out, but our role is more how people using this, how can we think about this, how can we create a more better culture of analytics across analytics. So, I We're brand new, so I mean, we're a year old, and I've spent a year now,
Yeah, let's see if we can,
all right, we'll talk.
see what we can figure out. Do you
Do
remember the
Maybe Google would be, you know what? Can we just open up Chrome?
Why did I do that?
Oh, okay. Oh, you should probably ask.
Here, maybe if I do this, I'll get a new tab. Here, maybe if I just log in.
Unfortunately, I don't. I need we do. We have a bunch of things going on because, and we're hoping to create more. Exactly. How do you? It's the gestalt of it all, right? So yeah, please reason. Okay, great. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Hey, Josh, how are you? Nice to
I'm loading my presentation.
Yes, you should do every week. That unfortunately is they don't know how to do it. Either that or what's great about these things.
So yeah, let's talk a little bit later.
So I downloaded it as a PowerPoint, right, to
Had a little folder on the desktop for our session. At this point, we're the only session in here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I've had a couple of
Yeah, it's coded. I mean, it is. So if you go to the desktop, I don't know if that will
I was
help.
based in China for 3.5 years, and you gotta have
Not
you gotta
used
have
to,
in East Asia.
So what's your role?
And oh, there's mine. There we go.
Jim Anderson's group?
I am. Jim is my boss.
So you're in the second part.
Okay.
Okay. Because we're gonna do them in
Sure.
two parts.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
so-
Right,
So
great.
then, let me just make sure.
Right. They don't get first pass just because.
So our office is ready.
Should we walk to get you some lunch? Because you must be.
I'm gonna fly through them. It's gonna be
That's fine.
less than
He
5
just
minutes.
understands the scope of.
What? Got a better deal.
Good.
Good?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Sure. We work with Dr. David Scott down at Army. So it's funny, both ARL, 1R, and business were at some level we're sister agencies. But when you look one thin layer deep, we could not be structured. And that's part of it when you know when you talk about the challenges. It's I don't know how the idea makes sense of this chaos. We very make sense of, and we're supposed to be, and this could be more different. For example, Ryan, as he pointed out, he does 6.3. So his entire analytics framework really encompasses not just the scientific literature open, kind of that. Every now and then, some stuff really a lot. But they get the 6.6 it's only 6 months. So they, in that sense, start to look a little more average. However, there are only one of many Army agencies that get 6-1. It's not the money that Congress is the Army will split across many different Army agencies. So yeah, we'll get 6-month cost. Air Force is different. So that's when I say we're special. Yeah, we also were special. In that we only do 6 months. And we get all of them. So where they're doing, they have like a card deck and they have all these engineering. That's right, they have all separate levels. So we get all of them, which means that if somebody asks me, hey Rick, what is the Air Force doing basic research on ultra-police interaction from my user? I would tell them exactly the things that because I know everything. It all goes through my tools. For better or worse, it all goes through me. And because of that, we can afford to have just one tool, which is this is one, and I know where all of the 6-1 because the airport managers where it goes, it all goes through us. As opposed to air, I have to figure out well, is that other place?
Well, and they're also mixed up in this whole Army Futures Command thing.
So yours are all set up here, are they?
Everybody's in charge and nobody.
Have you got Holly's as well? She's got hers today, so I can put it on the screen. I don't have it yet, but she's got it on the stick. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So all of yours are just these ones that are open here.
Yeah, I opened all of them.
Cool. I'll just leave it as it is then. Thank you.
We just need to understand exactly that we fund, what's coming out of those results, and just, I mean, just bookkeeping. I mean, there's a lot of discussions on sort of more advanced things. Like that's like 5 years away. I can't even do the basic bookkeeping of knowing which people I'm growing. Funding agencies should not be able to do that. It's yeah, there's a lot more pointed questions in that area. Why I invested in this, and I call it the TANG effect, right? So back in the old days of NASA, everybody was like, NASA, you spend all this money. Go, yeah, they're spending TANG. Okay, so we're good. We're good. A guy in Congress can go, yeah, I get that. You know, every agency needs to have something that sells to the public, right? Every agency needs to have it sells to their boss. If the boss is the public, that's fine. But well, eventually, but Congress looks at it and says, yeah, why are we spending all this money? And Congress goes, yeah, because, for example, NSF, the typical either side of me, NSF and NIH, the pressures that they're under are fundamentally different than mine. I don't have Congress saying, what are you doing? Because I am FOSR is on the rails, on the ASC, which is on the Air Force, we're like, and we're under one line item. So they're like, what did you do? You know, I just just looked at your grants. $7 billion, $8 billion. What are you doing?
I was all ready for you. The moment you were ready for me.
Perfect, thank you. So which drive is it then?
It starts HFK. It's the file.
Now, we'll do a bit of that, but I'm way more interested in the discovery piece because I have extremely independent projects that have an unbelievable amount of we're not based. I didn't go into details. But it they look, our mechanics looks a lot more like a where they can.
Sorry, I'm being really silly. I can't see it.
It's okay if you do see it, people see it.
Oh no, I mean I'm being really silly. I can't find the drive.
HFK.
Ah, so that's the drive, but then the presentation's already
Yes.
HFK.
Yeah.
I just copy desktop there.
Which is good at that. It gives you quite a bit of flexibility, nimbleness and stuff, but can move to a whole bunch of not very good at that. So part of the game for us is actually raising up that capability. They can explain it in ways that
Thank you, Holly.
Can we just open it, make sure?
Yeah. All the others are open. Wow. It's all on screen. Perfect. Thank you, Holly.
We have a lot to talk about. Yeah. Hey, it's your night last night.
But if you only want to confirm the names, you never know stuff.
Something you put on your put it down. Citation. Yeah. Yeah, which would be, I think.
Yeah, and the number was 1.4, just really low because that's the facts.
Right.
It's still there, I don't know that it's more than 200 over.
But he's right.
Yeah.
I know a lot about that. It's my wife's I've been there for a while. Language. When I first went there,
I don't think we can change. Thanks for yours. It's a pleasure time. Great to see. Bring back memories of when I. Were you in publishing before you? I still am. I mean, but were you managing? My first job was publishing. Okay. Managing genetics journals. Oh, okay. So yes, I've been a genetics publisher as well. So, well, there you go. So I came out of research. I was a geneticist before. Came to nature and then that's very much it. And so, an interest in the area. So what is what is your role currently? I'm VP of Funder Relations. And nature research.
Thank you, Jeff, for all of your work that came on.
Yeah, I was like I said, it was for me. I don't have a
Last year he sat next to me, and then this year he.
Just kind of like randomly. So I would meet with my professor.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So like he said, oh yeah, I went to the last year and then I have a blue name. Yeah, I just bring this weird conference called Sexual Research. Like came up with this.
You realized there was two separate tracks.
Yeah, exactly. I had no idea that he was doing this. So he had no idea that I brought it in my
So what's next?
Well, you were invited to go to Emerald. Oh, which could be very nice by the CBC. Sorry?
That would be very interesting.
Well, the all-in-one project, I mean, by then, where will we be?
Also,
They're all.
is the FIA
parts of area.
I'm really interested in, the kind of stuff that
Yeah, I mean, the benefit of obviously being here is just how excellent the opportunity was to have so many other funders.
Yeah, like actually, I love seeing that. Just turned out because in this school. So everybody has a lot of challenge.
Ah!
And a lot of them are like,
Note to self.
Well, I talked to Jerry yesterday, and
Clear.
unless Trump signs the
Yeah,
this week, they're closed down.
They don't have to show up on Monday. Could have been Monday. Tuesday. Yeah, they couldn't have come on Monday as representatives of the organization.
Exactly.
No, because they absolutely are not allowed to make a thing.
I'm in a position where we
Yeah.
have a conference that's going on with a bunch of civil people and like, hey, by the way,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. In fact, I had a society that I was working with that said the government will shut down in whatever last year in January. It had an immediate impact on submission.
that's great. Georgia Tech. Their school of policy is great program.
They've got some interesting state level initiatives too.
Yeah, it does. Work for Georgia Research Alliance. And they've been around for many years now.
Emory research.
Yeah.
I was at Emory December last year.
Yeah, so that is, the involvement, obviously, and participation of the host organization is really important. So, that would be, so the fact that they would proactively offer instead of having to offer venues.
Yeah.
Boston, Cambridge area. No, that would super highlight, but, well, and, we have some people represented from Camden and Ada, I don't know if you guys heard this news story, but somebody found like a piece of uranium in a basement. Yeah, so where? In New Jersey or something. It was like left over from the Manhattan Project.
Someone just put it in their back.
And so they were talking about like artifacts that they're still cataloging and stuff from the Manhattan Project and Princeton and other places. And it was like, yeah, DOS. It was like a special piece that somebody had collected at the time, and it was like Oppenheimer's piece of uranium. That was Oppenheimer's first.
Wow.
Oh, no, I might have misrepresented.
That's just,
You can't make that up in those TV dramas like 24.
really my favorite. Yellow, nondescript building in southeast Manchester. You sit there, put in your request, and it's a cart of, a rolling cart with about 20 boxes. I was just box after box at a time. You know what? This can be done in seconds. Okay. So it's a little one-story building, we go down like it's 10 floors. And then I was there looking up, and you're in this room that's literally the size of this wall. It's like that last scene of Indiana Jones.
It is! I always wondered.
It totally looked like there's like row after row of just boxes and crates and whatever, just like stacked in this massive facility. It's somewhere in like row K. Good luck.
See you in a few hours. We'll come back at the end of the day. Yeah, we come back out.
Organised by the Dewey Decimal System.
I have a wide diversity of activities going on right now. Oh, well. Word back that got brought up again, and so people are watching it and they need to do a press release and reach their target. Yeah. Like,
Skeptical comment.
A little skeptical, and
It's always presented as interesting and
right, and yet,
everyone's
yeah, they have, well, and also there's a procurement requirement threshold, they need to make a certain percentage of their subscribers, that they understand that it's churn, but as long as they hit the threshold number of their current subscription base, then they need to work. So, yeah, yeah, and then, so if it's successful, they'll advertise, if it's not successful.
That's why I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah. The other thing that I think is really innovative about it is that it's the least disruptive approach to managing all of this. They're not they're a review publisher, so there's no question about the APC select, and that there's no way to pay for this out of APC. So it's not a conflict, it's not a conundrum, but it's not confounding things because it's publisher. I mean, in fact, it's just a very straightforward way to take the procurement process that exists, and the budgets that exist, and enable it. And it's all in the library system. So the librarian wants to have a report, and they have to empowerment.
Yeah, I think what's harder for a large organization like ours is that you can't just
And it's the nature of the type of content that they're publishing that has its roots, and it's all embedded in these, they're not even, it's embedded in these, like, how do you embed? Yeah, no, there's no, it's all prestige. That's one of these things, the recognition factor. It's the people that are on their expertise, they do the emerging researchers who are finding different products, they're finding different things, they follow the same way to publish. So the people that write they profiles of all the contributions, they review it. So, yeah.
So it improves your agent.
Well, I mean, the thing that it really so that's why
Yeah, yeah.
it's just not the same scale.
Those for you.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
We've just got had their lunch.
Very long time ago.
I know. Possibly my worst hotel experience was visiting them and staying in whatever suburban town and motel cities. One of those places where you don't want to take the steps to go to take a shower.
Are you St. Louis than you used to chose Washington County?
Maybe I did. I don't know. And I remember their office as well. It had like fake wooden paneling, which at one point like you were a senior executive. Wood paneling, and they had that throughout. It just looks so dated. Even then,
Well, I can tell you this.
Yeah.
The 1970s. Oh, I know. Oh, my colleague, like my people at let me stay at the places I go. They're like, no. No, because they said,
Oh,
there's
that's it.
some prostitution going on at that place.
Oh, right.
We had contracts with like most hotels. Yeah, hotels would tell you, don't try to shop somewhere else. In other words, please go to the south end of the day, and you're like, let me know the closet in the garden.
we stayed, it was a nice hotel, but, and then we decided we'd walk somewhere. We ended up walking straight through the Tenderloin district. And my kids are now 12 and 8. What about the impact world? There's still many people who are like identify as black roles.
There's a little bit of that potentially, but there's also a short bit of many of the people who I actually was at Blackwell. Since I started my career at Blackwell. The company seems or feels to me sort of different. All the senior management. There are still a few cases.
So you didn't know the French movie?
Briefly.
Yeah, right, just before you left.
Yeah, I left. Yeah, and I was interested to see that she's now moving over to Research Square. Is she also still doing the position at Nature?
They're trying to sell.
Because I didn't understand from the announcement whether or not she was.
Yeah, no, she's getting.
Yeah.
She's like, topic. I guess the conversation. Founder, yeah.
Moving into the platform service now. Service, which is provider.
She works for a community.
Well, they're corporate service.
And they've spun that technology. So
They have.
And they built it up quite quickly. I mean, they've got
it comes to them, they can say, hey, why don't you put it on a preprint server while we fix it up?
Exactly. That's part of the service that you know, that integrated.
Does this satisfy, I think this satisfies.
Well, we work
this.
and you own part of it. Yeah, we own part of it. We use the review service, which is basically plastic deposit. If I could give you basically, you're depositing your preprint on when you're submitting to the journal. Allows much more.
Yeah, that's I mean, Elsewhere's doing it. Also doing it.
Yeah.
But what I think is interesting about research somewhere is that babies are just status. Which is, I think, I don't know of any other research.
Oh, no. But yeah, but that's the only one. As I know you know, it's right. It's tougher and more intensive. Yeah. But that's why most but it is an additional service. Right. And a reading service. And it's that should be the way it goes, right? Because then you push the jab straight out. There's nothing. You're gonna have to do something if you're going to change it. It's actually a big it's a but yeah, but ultimately well the issues for it's also something to refer around.
So much, it's not really, the article transfer is really not about it's more about which publisher can I choose or which journal can I choose that will accept
I don't care that it's a PDF going. Right.
No, but if they could get published faster.
Yeah, the faster, yeah, that's if you can say so. But I mean, I don't know, it's not a formatting issue that delays management just at the submission stage. I mean, it's like peer review process is the rate limiting step.
Yeah,
Submit to
yeah,
the Sept. It's not
trade off some
the back end. Yeah. I don't know.
2 days now.
It does when you're a researcher and you have to accept it. If you're a researcher and submit, you're not thinking about it.
Yeah, no, agreed, that's, your side for my format neutral.
That's just easy.
Well, no, but it's also sweet.
is the niche that
It's like,
start saying public service. But there's also validation of law, there's also the credit collection, there's also the UI you need to verify it. And beyond that, you can create departments and do them credit allocation is a good example. It's onerous and it would hold up contribution. So I'm hoping that, for example, paper goes to my run. I can get all sorts of credit allocation. So by the time it's moved to a journal, I may be able to do something. The idea of discussing yesterday, that might be another thing. On the paper, yeah, that kind of. By the time it's submitted,
Or this weekend. Oh. And it's on my archive, and I have not, it's no article, so I haven't really had conversation on what it is I do. But the interesting thing is that the premise of my graphic file after study was to
show me how often you just dig it.
and that's not succeeding. Doing some data analysis, but I think the premise of this is kind of, I think the print,
It's pre-publication sharing.
yeah. Not,
I don't even have a review. I mean, they allow.
it was one process.
I think that was my promise that it would facilitate open review and that the process of posting would be great, you can collect feedback. So you said that
Yeah.
a peer review journal, it would be essentially pre-reviewed.
Right. However, the actual workflow in his presentation is that it's a great way to just make your papers available. And the other research that I've seen is that the time from pre-publication to publication is usually not very long.
So the statistics are, but I found that a lot of the papers are actually posted at the same time as the submission article is published, or, yeah, considered. Published.
Absolutely published.
Yeah, so in a sense, it's an afterthought.
because the author,
By way of
because the
That's very
author,
So it's more about sticky exercise than any sort of, because in the physics universe, it's totally different. It is very much, you get it out as soon as possible so you
That's why
can.
he's limited the conversation.
But what I'd also say is that people, there is peer review going on, but it's not necessarily on the platform itself.
There would be a conversation. You go to a conference, they would talk about their pre-printing.
So that stuff is really hard to report. But people are
I'm glad that you all agreed. Well, I
Maybe it's stated somewhere that it's.
I think it was sold.
Oh, really?
I have no knowledge, but I seem to remember. So I'll start approaching this. So I don't know. Yeah, might as well.
Tony, hello. Oh, really nice to see you. Oh, great. Nice to see you again. Hi, Josh. I'm gonna have slides. They're loaded. Yeah, Alex took care of that right now.
Stand here.
Is that okay? It'll be easier. Yeah, otherwise somebody has to click it. So I'll do that if that's all right. Short, sweet, I'll talk fast, and maybe it'll work for the time.
I'm Carolyn. Nice to meet you, Josh.
Yes, Carolyn, if you want to sit there on the
Yeah. Hi there, Holly Falk Krasinski. Nice to meet you, Akiko.
Hi, Carolyn. Nice to meet you. I enjoyed your comments yesterday. I had to come in and out yesterday, so I wasn't able to.
I do. Thank you.
I'm interested to hear more about Advance, because there's a project that I was going to share today, also called Advance, but it's an IMI, an Innovative Medicines Initiative project. It focuses on vaccines.
Oh, okay, okay.
Like, it's a nice name, or
It
word,
is,
right?
Right. It's descriptive for a lot of things.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Right. Yeah. So ours is an NSF.
Okay.
So I think that's what they.
Yeah.
One thing I'm going to ask is that we be very careful about the lights, because we've been having problems with the hearing. So I know it's
Okay.
kind of weird.
You have to put it, you gotta be like rock star style.
I may interrupt you to say back on the mic.
Back on the mic.
Oh yeah, and that's me.
Yeah. Is this your first time to do this?
It is.
Mine too.
It's been fantastic. I did not make it yesterday.
Okay.
My flight arrived late afternoon yesterday. But today's been great.
No, yesterday was equally as interesting, fascinating.
Sounds like
From the other lunch, but it's
I
finished.
was just kind of taking it all in.
All right, we have some folks waiting for the elevator. We'll wait one more minute and then we'll get started.
Within, I'll share later, but within Takeda, we have a whole institute focused on data science. And I was like, those are the people that should have been here.
Right. Well, likewise. So we've got, at the university, we have we've got many departments on that. And I had to go to them to ask before. It's like you are, there's so many other people that maybe you should have heard from. Besides me.
Wait, no, that's exactly how I feel.
Yeah, so already I'm thinking, okay, you're next year.
That's what
I
I'm
would like to invite some, I want to come,
Yeah.
but I would like to have some people.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
So where are you?
I'm based in Boston.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, our main R&D headquarters is based there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good place to.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Give everybody some a few more stragglers coming in, but welcome back to the afternoon session, the final set of panelists for session 5. Thanks everyone for sticking around. I think it's going to be a great session. I would say the origin of this session was through some discussions last year, actually, at the Transforming Research Conference at Brown, where this is just a slide, kind of a Frankenstein slide that I had presented on corporate R&D. And in particular, what was interesting to me, I learned a lot last year to prepare for that meeting on absorptive capacity, which had been a topic that our company, the Web of Science Group, had identified as one of these hot areas that our Citation Laureates program had identified. So Cohen and Leventhal talked about how a firm is best able to incorporate what's happening in the research area into their products, and they talked about this as absorptive capacity. And so we talked a little bit about the idea of research happening within the university context and the corporate context, and how those things lead to different things like tech transfer and product innovation. And I think while we touched on that at various points last year, I think we wanted to have much more in-depth discussion, and so that was led to this set of panelists. And I should say Christy Holmes from Northwestern, who isn't here because she had a competing conference, but has been a big part of the Transforming Research program over the years. She was really keen on this and was introduced us to a lot of the speakers that are going to be here in the afternoon. So what we want to talk about now is entrepreneurialism, university collaborations, and those types of topics that we haven't heard as much about today. So let me just pull up we have 8 panelists over the next, I guess, 2 hours. So we have a lot of time. We're going to have a lot of discussion. We're going to start with the first 4 panelists that are here, seated left to right, and then we'll take a quick break to shift out and then start the last 4 panelists. But to my left and your left, we have Tony Boconfuso, who's the president of the University Industry Demonstration Partnership. He'll speak first, followed by Holly Falk-Krasinski from Elsevier, Akiko Otani, who's the director of public-private partnerships at Takeda Pharmaceuticals, and Caroline Crisafulli, director of innovation at Ohio State University. So please join me in welcoming the panel. And Tony, you have 10 minutes to start it off.
Sure. So I hope everybody can hear me okay? Everybody hear me?
No. Sorry.
Pull it right up there. Wow, I've never been told I was not loud, so.
That'll help.
How about that? Great. That's all that PhD education for you. Well, first, I think I'm honored to be on a panel with 3 women and all people ending in on a hat for donations for money from you all so you don't have to sit through a slideshow. All right, so my name's Tony with a group called UIDP. We are a collaborative organization of large companies and large universities located throughout the world. We represent some of the finest universities and some of the finest companies. We are a do tank rather than a think tank. We don't do policy work or lobby. We focus on trying to identify better ways to collaborate and find ways to remove barriers to collaboration. GW is one of our members, so is Ohio State, so is Elsevier. And we have a lot of others. You can go on our list. You go on the web and check out our list if you're interested. And you can participate in our events or sign up for things if you're so interested. My background, I'm a PhD chemist. I was an NMR spectroscopist a long time ago. I've worked in the government and I worked at universities and in the private sector, and I've been doing this gig for about 12 years now. And I think I'm going to keep doing this as long as you'll have me. And so that's enough about me and the UIDP. I was asked to talk about collaborations because that's really what I know about, talk about university industry partnerships. And maybe I'll just start at a very high level. This is a topic that generates tons of interest around the world. Everybody is interested in trying to figure out the secret sauce to university industry partnerships. And so the largest university to the smallest university, there's a whole trend where the people have set up offices for corporate engagement, offices of economic development. There's a new title now, Vice Presidents for Innovation at universities. So there's this whole culture of cottage industry building in universities to do more industry engagement. And companies want to work with universities, but they're trying to figure out how to do that well. So back in 2006, there was a report put out by the National Academies in collaboration with several other groups called the Guiding Principles to University Industry Collaborations. It's publicly available. You can just Google it and download it. And it basically said three things. One, companies and universities will work together when it's in the interest of each party. So that's not rocket science. You don't need any really secret sauce to know that, but it's important to say. The second thing is focus on longer-term relationships rather than short-term ones. And third, remove barriers to collaboration. And so from that report, some very smart individuals threw some money into a pot and said, let's create a skunk works to work on those issues. And that's why I have a job today at the UIDP, because we were created from that report development. So I think those are things that we all say, oh yeah, we agree with that. We agree. But yet in reality, when you get down to the actual situational things, we find challenges in that. So, we talk about doing things that are in the interest of each party. And yet, many times, companies will visit a university, they'll bring in a group of people after a cultivation of relationship, they'll visit a campus, and the university feels obliged to have every college talk about how world-class they are in every area. And that's not really asking what the company's needs are, that's telling you what your interests are. So, so that's an example where we say, oh yeah, we know we have to work together when it's in our interest to do that, but yet I don't know that we always listen to that. The second trend, which I think is very clear, is that companies are looking to have deeper relationships with fewer universities. And this trend is going to continue. So the question is, you become a strategic partner to Takeda or to Boeing or to Facebook or name the company. Because rather than doing 100 projects at 100 universities, they're going to do 10 at 10 universities. And most companies have a limited number of university partners. So I would say that for most companies that I know that are multinational global companies, they have in the range of 8 to 10. 2 to 3 in the US, usually it's 1 in Boston area, 1 on the West Coast, and then 1 somewhere else, Purdue, Georgia Tech, Illinois, Texas. And then they'll have 1 or 2 in Europe, 1 in China, 1 in India, and then maybe a wild card, Brazil, South Africa, And those are the people that they're working across the entire continuum of engagement with. And it's more than sponsored research, it's more than recruiting, it's more than licensing. And if you're a university person, you want to really try to figure out how you can become one of those strategic partners to a company that you want to build a deep relationship with, because that's where you're going to get the greatest amount of ROI. One of the real ways to build those relationships is through sharing of intellectual capital, and that's sharing of faculty members and their knowledge, sharing of students who will leave your labs and go to work at companies, and giving opportunities for industry representatives to come back to your university and contribute as clinical faculty members, as adjunct professors, as graduate students, or advisors on your boards. So the talent piece is growing and will continue to grow. So that is the greatest resource universities have, and that's what companies want access to, because the race for talent is incredible. And so I'll just give you one little anecdote. I was in Pittsburgh not that long ago, and I was visiting a company that's located in the Pittsburgh region. And they were talking about how difficult it is to get data scientists. And I said, well, Carnegie Mellon is right here. How do you have trouble getting data scientists? And they go, we can't keep the data scientists who are at Carnegie Mellon to come work for us, because the big companies that you can think of are locating offices in Pittsburgh so that those folks who want to live in Pittsburgh, by the way, can stay here and work for them, not us. So talent is a big challenge, and it's a great opportunity. So if you have a lot of intellectual capital, you have great opportunities. I want to talk about two other things, and then I'm going to stop. One is we talk about university-industry partnerships. Universities and companies don't collaborate. People from companies and universities collaborate. And so it's very important to keep that in mind. It's building relationships. And so if you're at a university, you want to do what you can to cultivate relationships with individuals and help those people do their day jobs better, because then they'll want to help you do your day job better, right? Goes back to that inherent self-interest model. The challenge if you're at a university too is if you have a contact at a company, that person can leave. And when they leave, if you don't have roots in the company beyond that person, it can create challenges. So just keep in mind, it's people that collaborate, not companies and universities. And then maybe I'll end on a high note. I am seeing some really promising things out of the government at the federal level as it relates to university industry collaborations. There's some good shoots coming up. I think the real incubators for experiments and pilots have been the states. And other countries have done some interesting things. In the United States, we don't traditionally do a lot where there's direct support for university industry partnerships, but we're seeing more of that. There's a new program at NSF, the Convergence Accelerator Program, for example. I just got done meeting with OSTP, and they have some initiatives they're pursuing. NIH, DOE, DOD are all looking to do things to support these things for really two reasons. One is because it's pretty easy to read the tea leaves and recognize that university industry collaborations are a real opportunity. And then the second thing, and I think something we don't talk about enough with the general public, is that when companies and universities collaborate, that leads to new products, new services, new therapies that improves the human condition. And so, we need to improve the human condition by working collaboratively and doing translation from the bench out into the marketplace. So with that, I'll end. Thank you.
It's supposed to be here next. And working is great. I think it's working today. It's just fantastic. Hi, everybody. I'm Holly Falk-Brzezinski at Elsevier. And before that, I was at Northwestern University. And before that, I was at Abbott Laboratories. So I've had a grand opportunity to be in different sectors in industry as well as in academia. And I'm going to talk about something that I spoke at last week's UIDP conference in a long workshop, but this will be shorter, about using data to inform cross-sector collaboration. And it very much touches on what Tony just mentioned about using data to better understand the interests of the parties involved. I'll start first with showing you some data, though. And this, in part, is based on some research that was done by a computer scientist at UMD, Ben Schneiderman. And he makes the case for superior benefits of what he calls the twin-win model, which is a nice fancy way of talking about what Tony just was, for conducting research. And he says it's a model that encourages the formation of teams that simultaneously pursue the goals of generating breakthrough published research. This immediately gets at the interests of university-based researchers and faculty. Published research matters. It's an important currency right now. And validated, ready to disseminate solutions for real human problems. And he talks about how that is best accomplished through university-industry collaborations. He then went on to use some data to quantify this, and while you can't read all of the figures on the legend on your left, what you can see is that he looked at different kinds of collaboration and the number of citations that were garnered from published research from those collaborations. Were they small groups of researchers at an institution? Was it an international collaboration? And finally, what you see is all of the bigger red lines. Those are representative, and in this graph, it's just 5 large public universities in the US. In every one of these cases, and by the way, as I've showed for private universities as well, that when you are looking at university industry published research, it always has significantly larger number of citations than any other kind of collaboration. On the right-hand panel, looking at that, though, it's great. Counts of citations are one thing. But we looked at inside of materials that we have in SciVal and wanted to look at relative citation impact and really look at the impact of university-industry collaborations, and found that whether we were looking at universities who were collaborating with industry in the UK or the United States or elsewhere in the world, we always saw, as you can see by the purple bar, that university industry research always has much higher, significantly so, citation impact. In fact, on this graph, what we were seeing is citation impact at about 150 to 250% higher than the world average for research that's produced in these spaces. Now, earlier in the year, I also had the privilege of presenting at the Autumn Conference, and I did so with a colleague from GlaxoSmithKline, right? So it's a large pharmaceutical company based in the UK. And I was asking him about the data that they use for decision-making, and we were talking about the way universities do things and how it's changed over time for both. So there is data for decision-making. I like to call it data-informed instead of data-driven, because there's lots of other drivers, but data can inform. And the point was that companies have moved from an ad hoc series of collaborations to much more evidence-based approach to selecting academic partners. In fact, my colleague at JSK had just bought a new tool so that he could look into and gain insight. And at universities from the years that I was there and then subsequently, we're seeing a greater coordination and new positions being established and greater data-informed decision-making and support of strategic planning for the research enterprise overall. So put those two things together. If both parties are using more data, they need to be using it to understand about their own interest and then the interest of the other parties, of the other sector that they'd like to think about. So my colleague at GlaxoSmithKline shared with me some of the information that he pulled from the SciVal and Scopus databases. And this was just to look at the publications, all of their publications by subject area. They know from their annual reports and things like that and the way they're strategically organized of where their strengths are, but he wanted to know where their research strengths were, where they were conducting the most research, and then especially research with non-corporate partners. So one of the things we saw in the little pie chart that's up in your upper right-hand corner is that it turned out that most of their published research, over 70% of research they publish, actually comes by way of academic partnerships. So it's actually quite high for a lot of companies. They hover something lower than 50%. So they're at 70%. So that they were doing a lot. And that they were looking at the nature of the publications that come from this is that they all have very high impact. That's what you see in the vertical bar, the horizontal bar graphs. And the red bar that goes through it gives you the world average of citation impact. And they're seen in all but maybe one area of mathematics. Yeah, they do mathematics research to some extent at GlaxoSmithKline, is having very, very high research impact. So they wanted to start to look at the nature of the current collaborations that they have. And they actually have a database, but it didn't necessarily have all of the information. It has the name of the partner, but it didn't indicate where the partner was. So you could go back in, right, and manually enter it in. But using information in SciVal, we were able to help and work to develop a heat map. And so this heat map is generated for all of the collaborating institutions, of which for GSK there's over 2,000 of them. And then the orange dots represent the 10 top publishing organizations, and in most of the cases it is universities except for one. Now this was important for them because they wanted to collaborate where they can access the best science to drive their programs forward. And they really wanted to get out of the way that they'd been thinking to a large extent of working with the geographically most co-located. And they said they wanted to be more strategic and think about strategic alliance partners. But in order to do that, they couldn't be collaborating with as many different partners. And so they started to use this heat map. It wasn't the only source of data that they had, but to begin making decisions about with whom they would continue to collaborate and where else they wanted to collaborate. By comparison, I pulled some information about George Washington University, so this is now data from GWU on the side, and it's an opportunity also in SciVal to be able to take a look at what are the opportunities. So in the pie chart here, the little blue piece, that's the small number of current corporate collaborations that GWU has with industry partners. It's a small percentage, it's about 4.2% compared to their overall portfolio of published research. They had some idea about the number of collaborations, but it's not always relative to the rest of your research portfolio. The other arrow that you see here is actually showing that in a number, so we knew that it was a fixed number, 4.2. But really interestingly, I think if you look at the orange arrow all the way on the right-hand side, is that what it shows is that when they are engaged in partnerships and publishing research with industry, they actually have an impact factor at about 500% higher than the average. So really high impact, this twin win model that Dr. Schneiderman talks about in his article, benefiting the investigators, benefiting the company as well. Now, interestingly, I wanted to kind of get a sense here, and where I showed you for GlaxoSmithKline, for GSK, they mapped at their current collaborators. Since GWU has such a small relative percentage of its overall research partnerships, I like to think of as opportunity, right? Well, then where is the opportunity? And using the SciVal database, I actually mapped all of GWU's potential collaborators around the globe, and you'll see there's lots of numbers about this. And the opportunity here is to think about, and behind the scenes, if you're interested in the details of how do we make matches between GWU's interests and those of potential corporate collaborators, I'm happy to do with you, but Josh is going to cut me off at 10 minutes. So I'm happy to do that. But this is an opportunity for them to map on a global scale, not just within the East Coast, not just with their known current partners, but the potential for growing that 4.2% of the university's overall published research portfolio and grow that now in a strategic way. So with that, I will stop and turn it over to my ex-colleague.
So I do not have slides. I'm Akiko Tani. As Josh mentioned, I'm the Director of Public-Private Partnerships at Takeda Pharmaceuticals. I'm based in Boston. I've only been there for a little over a year. And it's actually my first job in industry. So prior to that, my entire career has been in the nonprofit sector, primarily focused on addressing global health issues. And so I have lived overseas in primarily Southeast Asia, Thailand specifically, for nearly 15 years. So in that role, I certainly appreciate the importance of data and what kind of data to gather and collect so that you can actually be able to talk about impact. And so in my role at Takeda, I am part of the research and development organization. And within that, there is a team called the Global Patient and Scientific Affairs. And as part of that team, I provide support to our various scientists that are leading projects in the public-private partnership space. So the kind of public-private partnerships I wanted to share with you today are the consortias. As Tony and others have talked about, the university or academic research institution and industry partnerships, there's certainly a lot of those that Takeda is engaged in. I believe my colleague had shared a piece of data about we're engaged in over 200 of these university industry partnerships. But in addition to that, Takeda is also engaged in approximately 80 public-private partnerships that bring together multi-stakeholders across sectors. And those are the kinds of partnerships and projects that I provide support to for our scientists. And so at Takeda, as a company, so we are a 238-year-old company. Quite old. We have a long history. We now currently focus on several different therapeutic areas. So that's oncology, gastroenterology, neurosciences, now with the acquisition of Shire, rare diseases. We also have a vaccine business unit and a plasma-derived therapies unit. So our public-private partnerships in the consortias span across all those various therapeutic areas. And they also cut across all different stages of that drug development life cycle as well. But the reason, and a lot of the points that I'm going to make have already been made by many of you and my colleagues on the panel. Why is it important and significant for Takeda to engage in these kinds of partnerships? It's really because we can't do it alone. We've all said that and realized that. We are stronger together, and by doing so, we're able to accelerate new medicines, new therapies to patients. And those are really the main reasons why, we engage in these public-private partnerships. And, for us, I'll give you an example. Of the 80 projects that we are currently engaged in, there are about 13 of them that we are actively engaged in with the Innovative Medicines Initiative, IMI, which is a European-based public-private partnership. There are 7 that we're exploring. And so, of the 80, about 20% of the projects, or nearly a quarter, are these IMI projects. And the reason why these kinds of projects are so important to our scientists is because one is the access to expertise. We don't have everything in-house. We must partner to fill our, gaps with external expertise. And so by partnering with these large consortia, like the one project that just recently completed is called Advance, which is a IMI project that really focused on the vaccine safety issue and really trying to understand what can be done in terms of increasing the rates of immunizations in Europe. That project brought together more than 40 partners, of which 7 are industry. And so, coming from the nonprofit sector, I have to say that being on the other side of the fence, so to speak, I'm just really pleasantly surprised by how collaborative industry partners are and other stakeholders are in this pre-competitive space. And so, using Advance as an example, by bringing all these expertise, access to data, together, the project, after 5 years, was able to develop at least a blueprint for a platform that was able to integrate and enhance that interoperability of data. So, previously data sets were in different places and it didn't talk to each other. It was very hard to integrate, but this project was able to bring those data sets together and really help clinicians and public policymakers and others make decisions, on what they could do to improve immunizations in Europe. So that's just one of many, many examples. But these are long projects. On average, it's anywhere between 3 to a new project that we're starting is 7 years. So these are long projects. And, Tony mentioned this as well. There's a lot of transition that happens. So I would say that some of the learnings, if I were to name just 2, one is, as already mentioned, alignment, making sure that you have alignment of everybody's priorities. And it's very hard to reach that. But when you do have alignment, you can do amazing things. So that strategic alignment of everybody's priorities who are party to that project is really critical, I think, for the success of any project. But 2, because there is a lot of changes that occur, a project that is disease agnostic, I think, is always helpful because company strategies can change during that period of the project, and all of a sudden, maybe whatever that project was focusing on at the time no longer becomes a strategic priority, and so you may need to withdraw from that because there's been a senior leadership level decision made saying our focus has shifted. Now we need to bring resources somewhere else. And so we're going to pull out. And that, of course, can have really significant impact on the project. And so as much as projects could be disease agnostic, helps, especially for, I think, companies where that strategic priority might shift very quickly in a very short period of time. So I'll just leave you with that for now.
Thank you very much. My name is Carolyn Crisafulli, and I am the Director of Innovation for Ohio State Advance. And our program is an example of the NSF funding a program and following faculty through and then back ideally into industry. So prior to joining Ohio State, I was the co-founder of a medical device startup company. So I have a decade of experience in in a private sector growing a small company. I was brought on as a consultant just 2 years ago to OSU and full-time now this year within the university. Advanced is an NSF program that their goals are to attract, retain, and advance female faculty in STEM. And that is to address the disproportionate participation of women within STEM. And if you've seen the recent report put out by the USPTO, looking at the named inventors, the most recent data is 2016 because patents don't have a male or female designation. You had to send that all through an algorithm to assign and impute genders. In 2016, 12% of the inventors named were women. So that's a large gap. So that's in part what we're trying to address in our advanced program. So the NSF funds a program, and with those 3 objectives, doesn't tell you how to create a program, but allows you to make your own. And the my director, Mary Uhas, created a program called Reach for Commercialization. And the idea there is to assist female faculty to look at their research through a commercial lens with the idea of essentially reimagining your research and looking at an avenue for how to amplify the impact of your research by getting it out into the world in a commercial setting. We've had 6 cohorts go through our program, and we have learned a lot over that period of time. Originally, the first cohort would have been all tenured faculty in STEM, thinking that that's the group that is going to get commercial ideas out. And as it was mentioned earlier, going to the experts is maybe not the best place to start. So over the course of time, we expanded our group to pre-tenure through tenure. And actually now we're looking at postdocs as well. That's the time that's best to start looking at these other opportunities. Originally, it was all STEM as well. We increased that to our last cohort is all disciplines. So that speaks to a lot of what the conversation has been about multidisciplinary approach. To solve large problems, you need to have perspectives from all ranges. So we have women from the humanities, from social work, public health, dance, psychology, African American studies, and that adds a richness to this collaboration. The original programming was 4 workshops, and very much like similar programs that you would see, that it's prescriptive, 4 workshops and you're done. When I was brought on in 2017 as a consultant, we expanded that to include individual mentoring. And our current cohort now, it's a year-long program. So we have 3 tiers. We've got our 4 workshops, but then also smaller interest workshops that are pertinent to faculty wherever they are throughout the year, and then individual mentoring. The key features that we found over this reiterative process is the network is critical for female faculty, and it's not just women, but that's what my program is. It's for women to have a network of people that are like you, that you can see someone that's ahead of you that has accomplished maybe what you're interested in accomplishing. So you can be what you can see. The other thing that's very critical for our program is flexibility. And that's critical, particularly for pre-tenure faculty who are trying to meet all of the requirements of teaching and research and publications. This technology transfer addition can be seen as a distraction by their leadership, maybe not supported. So maybe the timing is not right this semester because they've got a heavy teaching load. So the fact that we are a consistent resource that they can come to when it fits into their schedule, also when it actually makes sense with the research that they're doing. By painting this broad overview of what the options are that are out there, it enables them, I think, to create a context with which they're looking at research to think about commercial potentials. We survey all of our participants. We do a pre-assessment and a post-assessment, but we also do flash surveys after every workshop, so we know what they like and what they don't like. So as anyone from industry, it's customer discovery. You want to know what they actually want. I might think I know what they need, what they want, but that may not be what is germane to them at the time. We are very, very upstream. In fact, we encourage all women faculty to join us, even with a latent idea of a product. And maybe not any whatsoever, because I really think that in the academic setting, to teach that context to faculty, that then is also imparted to the students that they're teaching, whether they're graduate students or whether they're undergraduate students. So in terms of impact, and this is a difficult thing to show because I've got to argue why we're in existence. So the advanced grant was a 5-year grant. We're past that, so we need to be sustainable. So to our stakeholders, what is important to them? I would argue that effect to the students and the grad students is very worthwhile, but that's hard to capture in clear metrics. But in terms of metrics, if you look at invention disclosure, so within the academy, that's how an invention starts. You go to your technology transfer office with an idea, and then that starts the process. They evaluate it, whether it can be filed as a patent or maybe copyright or trademark. So that process, invention disclosure, if you look at all of our participants, looking at before and after their participation in our program REACH, that invention disclosure rate has doubled in aggregate. So that we take as a positive proxy for women engaging into the process. Another avenue that we're taking to augment how do we assess the impact of our program is I'm working with a labor economist at the university. We're going to pilot a study that is based on STAR metrics, and this is another NSF program that STAR metrics stands for Science and Technology for America's Reinvestment, measuring effects of research on innovation, competitiveness, and science. And so our study is going to be a big data approach to quantify the value of and the participation in technology transfer. Specifically, my office is interested in the participation of women and underrepresented minorities within that process. What's unique about U-metrics and STAR metrics is being able to leverage the academic data with data from the U.S. Census Bureau and the IRS. So being able to track federal funding going through all the way out into the economy. So traces the ways in which research spending affects economic activity. So if anyone is interested more in that, I can tell you that in addition offline. So that's all I have.
Great, that was excellent. Everybody kept under time, so thank you very much. Thank you for that and for your comments. Now we'd like to turn it over to you to ask questions. So we have one question there. Can we get a mic there?
Thank you for panelists having this informative discussion. My name is Shun from the Heritage Foundation. There is a new movement in Asia, like, for example, South Korea. There is a new movement that top-class universities, they're doing collaborating with industry sectors like Samsung Electronics and SK Hynix. What they want to do is to create a new major, like semiconductor major, for incubating professional engineers in the future. And companies, they are trying to fund full scholarships, and they are going to provide guaranteed jobs in the future. But however, some professors were against this policy, and they rejected because they believed that university is like a place where you must learn liberal arts and basic science. So which means a semiconductor major is not appropriate for university. So what do you panel see this academic future? I mean, what do you see this policy?
So I would say, like, you need to look around at what's going on. Last week it was announced, for example, at Virginia Tech, they just launched their School of Data Science. No, it wasn't VT. Oh, sorry, UVA. Sorry, everybody. How embarrassing. Right, I know. Oh, no. I'm so sorry. UVA just launched its School of Data Science. It's the first in the country. And the idea is that is, in fact, focused on what UMD Professor Schneiderman talks about, a twin win. I think, so I told you I started at Abbott Labs, and then I went on to academia, and I was actually told by the space I was in academia, you can't come back. You were wasting your potential. So actually, on that really bad advice now in hindsight, I didn't go back into industry because I didn't want to be subpar in the science. And this is the point of looking at where both of the parties' interests are met and showing the data I did on my first slide, is that in fact, academics win. And the important currency that they have, for example, publications and citations, those are fostered in a way that you can't on other kinds of collaboration. So I think it's helpful to have that kind of information. So they need to be looking around at what other institutions are doing, and then having the data that shows that both parties' interests are being met, that it's not just research being stolen away from academia to foster the profitability of companies, which is often a viewpoint that some academics have.
Other responses?
Well, I would say that if you're from the Heritage Foundation, you probably believe in the market, and so I believe in the market. And universities are not homogenous. And so if you look in the United States, schools like Furman, which is where I went to school, or Davidson, University of the South, Sewanee, they're going to exist, and they're going to be fine. And large state institutions like Michigan and Ohio State, the Ohio State, are going to be fine. They will evolve, and some of them, if you look at, for example, Purdue put all their kind of applied technical areas into a polytechnic. That was Purdue's choice, and Indiana University may not do that. And so it'll really be driven by what the marketplace supports. And so, whether it's coming up with a new major like in semiconductor research or having certification and badging, which would be another topic, right? Teaching soft skills. We talk about T-shaped professionals. Should universities teach people how to communicate, work across cultures and genders and all other of those things? So these are questions that are going to be asked, but I think really the market will drive it. And so if KAIST may not adopt a semiconductor research degree, but one of the newer universities, there are a lot of new universities in South Korea, they may adopt a program like that. So I don't think it's one, everybody will have a semiconductor research degree or nobody will have it. It'll be driven by what the market needs.
And leveraging the expertise that you've got within your university to position yourself as being unique.
Yeah, I mean, I was at Central Florida on Monday. I mean, when I grew up in Florida, when I grew up in the 70s, UCF probably had 3,000 students. It has 60,000 students today. And they can do things that University of Florida can't because they've added so much capacity, right? It's been like this, whereas Florida's more like this, right? So I agree with you. It's also what you have in terms of assets, but what you're able to add on in terms of new assets.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a question. It was interesting because Tony was speaking about smaller, more focused partnerships, which makes complete sense to me. But then the person on the panel from industry was talking about consortium. And if I understood correctly, you were talking about multiple geographical areas within the consortium. And I'm thinking, wow, that must really, insert a level of complexity if you're dealing with multiple countries, not only sharing data, but sharing information, communication. Could you talk a little bit about like what are the benefits versus the cons of that?
I think the greatest benefit is the access to expertise and data. So if you look at rare diseases, for example, there are 7,000 rare diseases, and there's so few patients for like each one of those, and so no one academic research institutional lab or a company has access to enough patients, right, to be able to gather the data they would need to, further along their own research and drug development and ultimately get, FDA approval or EMA approval, or in Japan, the Japanese. So one of the greatest benefits that I keep hearing from our scientists in participating in these various large consortia, public-private partnership projects, is the fact that they get access to data and other expertise. Yes, along with that does come a lot of complexity around how do we share data, what of the data can we share? If you as industry is contributing, so for all of these public-private partnership consortia types, what industry is predominantly contributing is expertise first and foremost, and sometimes data, sometimes even samples, and then sometimes cash as well. But it's in terms of data, we can contribute past clinical trial data as well as prospective. And, a lot of complexities do come about of, were consent forms in place? If not, what do we do about that? Or, if you're looking prospectively, then, before you start, make sure we've got everything we need in those consent forms, et cetera. So there are a lot of complexities that go around that. Even for each and every one of these projects, if we are contributing data, we have to have a data sharing agreement and, going through that and making sure that all parties are agreeable to it. It's a really, really long process. But everybody who's party to that project, does feel that, for the greater good, it is worth it. And thus, we slog through the review of the many, many pages of, consortia agreements and data sharing agreements and other kinds of agreements that need to be in place to make it happen. But it does happen.
Hi, Bruce Herbert at Texas A&M. There we go. Bruce Herbert at Texas A&M. How much do you think industry university collaborations share similar issues with interdisciplinary research collaborations, where there's epistemological differences, cultural norm differences, and so on like that?
We're all jumping to answer that. I'll just make one data point that I usually throw out when I give a talk like this. Universities, for their R&D enterprise, since Apollo, somewhere between 5 and 7% of a university's R&D enterprise is funded by industry. And that's been consistent since some of you all have been alive in this room. So that number's been fairly consistent. The other thing, which I would not say there's universal agreement on this, but the best data that's available says somewhere between 1 to 3% of a company's R&D is spent externally, whether it's at universities, national labs, or other research organizations. So it's a relatively modest amount. It can be very important, but on both sides, it's important, but a small component.
I know for us, we do see a lot of really innovative, research going on at the academic institutions, and thus for us it is worthwhile, to identify the right academic research partners to help us and work with our scientists to further along research. So, that's what. So I have colleagues that focus just on the academic partnerships. So for our company, it is certainly a very important part of all of our external partners.
Caroline, does your program deal with any of those kind of cultural differences?
Yes, even just learning how to communicate with each other. And we find that even within different colleges at the university. I mean, when, as I mentioned, we have all disciplines represented, and to have medicine and engineering speaking and collaborating early on, I think that's important when it comes to dealing then with industry. So a lot of what we focus on is collaboration within the university, but also becoming comfortable and confident talking to industry, whether it is in a collaboration or whether it's in a startup environment.
Yeah, and I would say, I think similar to the way you need to think about interdisciplinary collaboration, you need to think about the overarching goal for the collaboration between sectors, but then each of the participating parties needs to think about their own goals. I often say things like a baseball team. That's really nice and easy. The team's goal align really, really closely with the individual players' goals. Sometimes it can be harder, and what you want to make sure of is that that the academic partner doesn't feel that it all of a sudden becomes the cheap service provider to the industry partner, and vice versa. The industry partner or partners don't want to be the check writers to academic organizations. But you can acknowledge what each party needs. In that sense, what each party wants to be able to accomplish individually, as well as with regards to the shared or mutual goal that you have. But if you don't address what the individual parties' needs are, just like in an interdisciplinary collaboration, somebody looks like they're the winner and somebody else seems to be the loser, and then you lose sight of all of the goals that were there, and then everybody says the collaboration failed.
All right, we have time for one more question for these panelists before we switch out.
Hi, I'm curious about your collaborations with incubator labs. Hope people know what that is. So in Massachusetts and in San Francisco, we have incubator labs or incubator spaces where scientists can just go with an idea and try something out. They have to pay for the space. But I just wonder, have you guys collaborated with incubator spaces, and have you seen some real benefits on that end?
That's an excellent question. And in Columbus, we partner closely with our innovation studio. That's what they call it. Rev 1 Ventures is an innovation studio. It's an incubator. They also have a venture arm. And in fact, it's Rev 1 Ventures who has continued and contributed to the funding of our program because they see the impact that that our program has made on increasing the participation of women in tech transfer. So it's I think from a university standpoint is very important to be collaborating with innovation studios and incubators for anyone who is interested in taking their research outside of the university, augmenting their research. It's not binary. We're not asking or even encouraging anyone to leave academia. That's the opposite. But this is an avenue that they can explore, and an incubator is the perfect place to do that with the resources and business leads to help you set you up for success to grow.
Great, and we'll have, actually in the next panel, there's someone who's going to be talking about, I think, a version of an incubator at the University of Chicago. So it's a good segue. Thanks for the question. Let's thank our panelists one more time. And we'll bring up our next set of panelists, please.
Thank you, Josh. That would have been
You can have a seat at the end or just.
Time to run to the restroom.
Yeah. No.
All right. Nice to meet you. Thanks for offering to do that. That's great.
You want to sit on the top of
You don't want me to talk. I just you can do it. All right, let's go ahead and get started. We're getting into the afternoon now. So our next round of panelists is going to continue on this topic, but provide us with their own perspectives coming from different collaborative environments, different entrepreneurial environments. We're going to have Kathleen McManus from University of Virginia Health System, Pierre Montagno from Code Ocean, E.J. Reedy from the University of Chicago, and Brittany Borg from the U.S. Small Business Administration. So we'll start with Kate.
So I want to thank the conference for the opportunity to present on this collaboration. So this is a little bit of a shift. This is moving from bedside to statewide, an example of an academic public health collaboration. Although after listening to the last panel, it's a lot of the same principles apply. My disclosures. And the first slide is my acknowledgments, because it truly takes a team to do this sort of work. You can see there are a lot of people on the academic side, and then almost more partners on the Virginia Department of Health and partner side. And as was talked about in terms of talent, we have had someone recently leave our UVA system who was a postdoc who now is an epidemiologist with the state, which was hard to see her go, but probably will just help to deepen the collaboration. So 3 examples of moving from the bedside to statewide. I had to choose 3 of the many projects that have grown out of this collaboration, but I'm going to focus on these 3. HIV and health policy research, including mHealth as a standard of care for HIV care in Virginia, and expanding hepatitis C treatment to Southwest Virginia through telemedicine. So we'll go through these 3. So I'm a clinician and a scientist, and so as the Affordable Care Act was starting to hit the news, we started to wonder what was going to happen in Virginia, where we weren't going to have Medicaid expansion in 2014. So that kind of spurred on our first collaboration with Virginia Department of Health. And so this actually started with where we were going to look at quantitative outcomes, and this is a point where Virginia Department of Health had the data, and they were going to do an innovative program.
I was a fellow in a program that needed a research project. They wanted to study what their innovative program was going to do, but they didn't necessarily want to be the people to run with it. So it was a perfect kind of matching of interests where I could do the research project and they could be collaborators on it. And that was actually wound up being supported by the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality. So another opportunity where we brought in federal partners to support that. Virginia did this very innovative plan, and I kept telling them, this is very innovative, we have to write this up. They didn't have the time to write it up, but I did as a fellow, and so then we wound up actually writing up a best practices paper that was published and helped disseminate that so other health departments could see what Virginia was doing. It also helped get their name more on the map, and so they weren't just telling people what they were doing, they could also cite this paper that had been peer reviewed. We then wound up deciding to look at the qualitative outcomes. So let's talk to the patients, let's go to different clinics. And that actually was fully supported by the University of Virginia to do that aspect of it. But again, it helps add to Virginia Department of Health's body of data in terms of what are the patients in the state saying about the shifts in care that they're experiencing. And then through VDH, we actually were connected with colleagues in Nebraska, and this actually helped to build a multi-state collaboration. Once we had 2 states, we could entice a colleague in South Carolina, and that project actually became the basis of an NIH K08 award. So again, bringing in our federal partners. So a place where Virginia has the data, I'm starting out my career and need these sorts of projects to move forward, and so, really matching of interests. Then we have the example of mHealth. So in Virginia, we're in a non-urban area, and so our patients face a lot of issues, a lot of isolation, stigma, they're far distances from the clinic. And so my mentor, Rebecca Dillingham, actually started this mobile health app called Positive Links. So this is an app that is deployed from our clinic, and so we call it warm technology because people can connect with other people at the clinic as well as with the clinic. So there's 3 aspects: self-monitoring, where they can report whether or not they're taking their medications; a community message board, where they can communicate with other patients, but everybody's anonymous, so almost like an anonymous online support group. And then they can actually directly message the clinics. They can tell us, hey, that appointment doesn't work for me, move it. Or, hey, how was my lab work? What did it say? And we can message them directly like text messaging, and it's all secure. So this work actually wound up being funded first by an AIDS United project. So a foundation actually supported it. And has since gone on to get NIH funding and have many patents filed in relation to it. And actually, Virginia Department of Health was a huge partner and someone who saw this and said, wow, this is really working for this one clinic, and actually made it the standard of care where any HIV clinic in Virginia can now adapt this and it can spread. So another opportunity in a place where we've seen some great success. My last example is hepatitis C has been in the news recently, especially with its interaction with the opioid crisis or substance use disorder. And so in Virginia, you can see on this map that the areas where we have high case rates of hepatitis C were not necessarily the areas where we were seeing medication to cure hep C being prescribed. And so this was a huge issue. We're kind of up here, and this area down here was really the area where we were seeing the highest case rates of hepatitis C and the lowest prescription rates because there isn't as much access to care. So with Virginia Department of Health, we actually added these telemedicine sites, and Virginia Department of Health was committed to paying for the medication if we couldn't get it for a patient. So far, we've been able to find avenues to get every patient medication. We've built this model, a comprehensive care model for hepatitis C and opioid use disorder. You can see all the different partners along the left side here and all the different services that we're able to connect. And so while Virginia Department of Health is funding the care through UVA, we actually partner with an industry sponsor, Gilead, to actually study the model. So as we're making these innovative changes with Virginia Department of Health, we're also seeking outside ways to study it, whether it be with federal partners or with industry partners. And so this study is ongoing to see what this innovative model looks like. So this is a model that particularly recruits patients from actually areas where they're being treated for opioid use disorder, such as the syringe exchange programs and things like that, as well as other primary care sites in Southwest Virginia. And then we're also simultaneously training providers in these regions so that they can start to treat hepatitis C to try to increase capacity. So I think why academic institutions and health departments make good partners, they likely have similar or related questions. So, aligned interests. And when you join forces, you can have additional manpower to achieve goals, inform public health practice, and also increase dissemination of results. Because sometimes I think, the health departments can be so busy doing the work that they don't have the time to actually get the information out there. There's also a unique understanding of diseases. So I might see the bedside aspect. I have an idea of health system, but then the statewide, the nationwide, sometimes our health department colleagues just have a better feel on that. They have a sense of what other health departments are doing, and they can help add to the questions or change the questions that you might be asking. There's also often complementary skill sets, so you can outsource certain projects and certain preparation or analyses. So I'm not great at making maps, but a lot of my colleagues at Virginia Department of Health are great at making maps. So we found that often I'll just send them the stuff to make the maps, and then the maps come back. And that's good, because I don't want to learn how to make maps. I want to take care of patients and do the data analysis. And then you can combine data resources. I'll say sometimes we have some issues with this, but the state has a lot of surveillance data. There's also things like the all payer claims database, statewide ED complaints database, statewide discharge diagnoses. There's huge, a lot of big data at the health department level. Sometimes we have a little bit of trouble with HIV data because it's of HIPAA and confidentiality, so we're not always able to merge the data the way we might actually want to. And this does take a lot of data use agreements to share this data. But I would say overall, it's definitely a huge resource because we can see something in our clinic, but until we pull up and look at whether we're seeing it in the state, it's hard to know how transferable the finding is. So here's just, we think about that the patient-provider relationship interacts with the health system level, but also with the population health and community impact. And thank you. I'll turn it over to the next person.
Okay, so we're going to change a little gears here. So actually, part of a startup called CodeOcean that was actually incubated out of Cornell Tech. So I'm just trying to give you the perspective of out of an academic setting, and I was going to spend a little bit of time first. Thank you. All right, I was going to start a little bit of time just briefly about the problem that our CEO, who was an academic, found in the actual marketplace, was that there was this disconnect between the computation science and publication. And actually, I'm going to switch right here to this graphic, this particular representation, which I think really underlines the problem that he was seeing as an academic. And this is actually two articles from the exact same lab. This is compliments of Quincy Justman from Cell Press, who actually presented this at the SSP meeting, and I asked permission to use it. These are two articles out of the exact same lab from exact same authors, but they're actually 10 years apart. And the one on the left really, and the one on the right really shows, the depth of the amount of data, the complexity of the data, the complexity of the visualization, a transformation of that. And in the past, 10 years ago, we could have probably looked at the underlying data to those graphs and figured out, how the researcher, arrived at those conclusions. Now, I bet if we looked at the data on the right and looked at those graphs on the right-hand side, right, there's no way by looking at the data that you could figure out, what that is. I mean, that could have been, created using Photoshop, right? And so what it really left is, this is the CEO of our particular company with a real big problem, because he wanted to reproduce results, actually get the algorithms up and running locally on his own machine before he actually went out in the field, and he couldn't for most of the time. He would email the PI and ask, hey, I saw your article really interesting. Can you share the code and the data with me? The PI, sometimes would, and then he actually tried to reconstruct it on his own machine, and he couldn't. And it's because a lot of times researchers aren't coders by nature, and they're not they're not curating, even if they're using places like GitHub and GitLab, they're not curating everything that's needed to actually get the code and the data up and running. And so this is the problem that he tried to solve with his startup, and he got support from Cornell and the Technion, which he was a student with in Israel. And what I wanted to actually bring up was that the technology is actually the easy part, right? Advances in technology. Now there's containerizing technology out there. So we built some technology based on Docker. And we have a solution. Basically, we Dockerize the code and bring that to market. But the technology was actually the easy part. Getting adoption of the technology within the research space was the most difficult part, and continues to be something we struggle with over and over again. So it's led us to go back to academia and set up partnerships with academia to try to get people involved in improving our products. Right, so it's almost a cyclical. We came out of academia through the Cornell and the Technion through a startup incubation platform, but now that we have the product back up and we have a functional product, and we've actually been doing really well partnering with publishers, we're needing to go back to academia to refine the product. And actually, I took this quote from this particular book because people at the startup that I am working at, Code Ocean, we're really passionate, and we always talk about we want to change the world. We want to speed up the pace of science, right? And it's great to have those sort of utopian things, but we also needed to not only improve the products but also have a sustainability model for our particular startup. And that's a really, really important point that I want to bring up is, a lot of these ideas that are coming out of academia, there needs to be an attention to having sustainability because we are collecting scientific research, right, associated to published articles. When we talk and make partnerships with publishers, when we're talking to academia, the first thing they ask us a lot of times, or one of the first 5 things they ask us is, well, what guarantees you're going to be here in 2 or 3 years? If we're going to be giving you this valuable amounts of information, if you're going to be curating this, right, what guarantees are you going to have? What have you put in place in order for you to guarantee this? So we've actually had to really focus on what our economic model is. And I think this is often, forgotten when people are creating these partnerships, is that these things need to be sustainable in the future. And so maybe I'll leave it there and open it up for questions later. So thank you.
So I think we'll be hearing a little bit more about some of the support that academics can get to address these business model and sustainability questions.
All right. Here today, the great Jeff Alexander asked me to wear 2 hats. So I'm going to kind of channel myself a little bit from some work that I've stepped away from, a little bit more on the measurement side, and then get into a little bit more of what I'm doing today in this regard. All of it relates to entrepreneurship. All of it relates to much of what we've been talking about today, just in some different dimensions. All right, so stepping back a few years, I'm putting on the hat from my time as Director of Research at the Ewing Marion Kauffman Foundation, which is a $2 billion foundation, the biggest foundation looking at entrepreneurship and innovation globally. In my time at Kauffman, we had a portfolio of grants that was focused on expanding entrepreneurship. I had a portfolio that was specifically focused on advancing data and understanding the connections between innovation, entrepreneurship, everything we've been talking about here. This is one of my favorite graphics, so being asked to channel myself, I wanted to come back to this. So this particular graphic comes from National Academies of Sciences report from 2007, Understanding Business Dynamics.
And I think it gets at some of the issues that we've already touched on today, perhaps just from a different perspective. Oftentimes looking at the scientific projects and the initiatives that we're undertaking, the complexities that are there, and then trying to translate and understand how those make their way into the marketplace. Within the larger entrepreneurship kind of literature, we have to remember that there's huge complexities within businesses. There's huge complexities within the labor force. And oftentimes these intersections, the idea of a startup, an idea of a startup only intersecting with one person or one set of competencies is really, really never the case. We all know that there's many different ways in which people come into and out of a startup, many different ways in which technologies come into and out of businesses and affect people. The comment was made earlier, tracking the impacts of, training that might have happened in lab A when somebody's in lab C. Those things are very, very hard and very, very intangible things. I think we certainly made a lot of advances with some of the integrated data that's now available at Census and other places, but I wanted to kind of back up and just remind you that we even have a more complex problem when we bring this into the entrepreneurship space. So in this graphic, hopefully you can see it back here. You can essentially follow kind of the business population, the labor force population. Anyone who's involved in entrepreneurship realizes that while oftentimes we think about a very, very crisp startup date, really there's very oftentimes years and years of thought, discovery, research that goes into what eventually becomes a business. So the conception, the gestation, very interesting, and then obviously those ideas can go in many, many different directions. Interesting article a couple of years ago that was talking about kind of the Silicon Valley startups that I think many of us think about, and how they often post date their startup date by 2 or 3 years. So it's really 2004 where they started. In the press it's 2007, 2008. So anyway, just wanted to bring a little bit of that complexity. And then on the labor force side, a lot of the statistics, a lot of the work that we have in a more timely manner does come from labor force statistics, as I think we all recognize. That has a lot of limitations. It has a lot of biases in understanding, the connections between, the research and entrepreneurship thinking that come out of it. So anyway, I'll come back to that. Now, fast forward, putting on a different hat, I want to come back to the University of Chicago. Because when I say the words University of Chicago, I doubt that actually entrepreneurship is the first thing that you think about. It's probably many of the things that you think of here on the screen, our research eminence, all of our great history. And obviously that's who we are, that's who we're going to continue to be and grow upon. But I help to run the Polsky Center for Entrepreneurship, which is actually probably the largest entrepreneurship center in the US, based at a university. So we've got 60 employees, fully integrated from education within the classroom, venture support and incubation, tech commercialization and licensing, we're the university's TTO, and then industry partnerships and relationships. So very complex set of entrepreneurship and educational opportunities to drive where we're at today in entrepreneurship and innovation. And increasingly, as we look at industry partnerships, really the Polsky Center and the work that we do to integrate and take things outside of the classroom and off the research bench into the larger economy is where we're growing towards. So Polsky is involved with all of these different research institutions that the university helps to run, has helped to spawn in the last few years, and is really a part of where all of these things continue to go. From a university collaboration perspective, this is not my day-to-day job. I should actually say that. So I do not run our university industry collaborations, but got some feedback from a colleague who does. As we think about kind of measuring success and looking at these collaborations, oftentimes, we're even earlier than publications in real-time management of what success looks like, because these projects do take so long to build and to show outcomes. So this is an example of some of the statistics and information that you can see from one of our joint projects with AbbVie that spans 5 years and is very, very successful from our perspective. But oftentimes we're looking really at individual level collaborations, individual people touch points at this point, and we'll work further in more outcomes to come. So I'm happy to answer more questions as a part of the panel, but I did want to kind of just have a few reflections. So from my perspective, we're talking about one type of partnership, and I think many of us are thinking really just about very large corporate engagement partnerships. In my day-to-day job, I deal with hundreds of partnerships that are all along different dimensions. So take, for example, the Polsky Center serves not only the university, its student, staff, faculty, we also serve our larger community. So I have 4,000 members of our co-working space in downtown Hyde Park. So that's an amazing, amazing opportunity. But it also means that we have to have different types of partnerships to serve whatever our clients are whenever they come through the door. I'd give an example that I think is probably applicable to a lot of us in the room that work at universities, but we don't often think about it from an entrepreneurship perspective. Usually we think of the direct pipeline. Okay, we funded this research, we had this partnership, and it led to X, Y, Z. Well, from my perspective, I have to be ready to absorb kind of whatever comes down the pipeline. And the truth is, a lot of times we can't predict what these things are. So, for example, last year, one of the hottest areas of support that I was being asked to provide was in alternative plant-based proteins, and the next stage of food and food science. Not an area where the university has a huge historic kind of presence. However, coming out of some technology coming out of Argonne National Laboratories that had originally kind of an energy focus, kind of spawned one company, some technology that came to us because of a +1, somebody coming and moving towards the university, and we had the capacity to help that entrepreneur start their company near the university, to use some of our resources and to partner and to raise $33 million. That was great. All of that was stuff that we had to be ready to react to in a real-time way. So I think from an entrepreneurship perspective, partnerships are important for everything we're talking about today, but you really do have to have a diversified set of things and be ready to absorb what comes your way. And then in terms of measurement, very often one thing that's kind of strikes me is the things that are often meaningful at the actual project level are not almost ever what is actually reported at the institutional level. And so that strikes me from the conversation today. It strikes me in my daily work. I think within the entrepreneurship context, we're almost always ending up boiling down to startups, number of companies, number of dollars they've raised. That's not actually a very helpful metric for me in running an entrepreneurship center, because that doesn't tell me anything about stage, doesn't tell me anything about how they got there, all the stuff that I think many of you think about in your daily work. But I have hope that in the next stage of things like STAR metrics, integration of some of these data sets, a lot of which intersect with the Census Bureau and IRS, that some of these things can make progress. So thanks very much.
And Brittany, our final speaker.
And I'll just stay here because I assumed I was entertaining enough to not use slides. So my name is Brittany Borg, and I'm the Director of Analysis and Evaluation at the Small Business Administration. First, normal disclaimer, these views are my own, not necessarily the views of the agency that I am employed by. So I'm going to let everyone in on a little secret. Is the door shut? And that is that the federal government is not well known for making evidence-based decisions. Not to say like the FDA doesn't, they do, but like the rest of us, right? So a few years ago, Paul Ryan and Patty Murray created the Bipartisan Commission on Evidence-Based Policymaking. And this commission spent a year trying to figure out what were the factors that were stopping federal agencies from using evidence to inform, at least, if not to base their decisions on. And the commission found a lot of things that people might expect. Federal agencies lack the capacity to build evidence. There's not necessarily evidence that's already there. They have a lot of data, but the access to that data is very difficult. The accuracy of that data, what it was collected for, might not be for the purpose of building evidence. It might just be for like tracking a program. And then there's always the privacy and confidentiality piece. So there's that data trilemma of the more access we give, the less confidential the data is, and the more accurate the statistics that are produced from that data, obviously then the lower the confidentiality as well. So we've got to balance all of these things in a transparent way. So it's all of your data, all of my data. I want that to be protected, but I also want there to be access to make credible evidence from that data. So there's a lot of moving pieces there, and the commission presented like 80 pages of recommendations to Congress to consider. So last year, Congress passed the Foundations for Evidence-Based Policymaking Act, and the president signed it into law January of 2019. And so this law requires agencies to start moving towards evidence-based policymaking. Part of it is creating learning agendas, which all kind of major departments, there's 24 major departments, are required to both create and then publish. So if I am interested in this question, everyone should know that I'm interested in this question. One interesting thing for potential collaborators is agencies are also required to identify which of those questions they think are prime for external collaboration. So because the data is readily accessible or because expertise for analyzing that question probably sits outside of the agency. They're also required to publish annual evaluation plans, kind of like a pre-registry for research. So everybody knows what methods we're using and everybody knows what we're trying to do, and then open it up for transparency and potential critique. And then the other really important thing that the Act is requiring is agencies are required now to share their data with statistical agencies upon demand, minus any sort of like prohibiting statute. There's a lot of interpretation there of what statutes prohibit. Some are very, very clear, and then others are kind of a gray area. But at the very least, we're moving towards that model. So this is opening up a lot of opportunity for external researchers to contribute to the knowledge of federal agencies. This is really exciting. On SBA's end, we've had a learning agenda for a couple of years. We've published it every year. We're more or less in line with what the laws requires. We have to now start marking where external collaborators would be useful. And we've been working on this for a long time. And I'll share a few things that we've done, but we've found it to be a struggle to connect the dots, right? What researchers are willing to jump through the bureaucratic hurdles of working with a federal agency? Which researchers have the same interests that we do. For us, it's small business and entrepreneurship. But mostly we want to know if our programs are working, right? If the laws or the policies, the regulations, or the programs that we have are having their intended effect, and that's not always really publishable or fancy or cool for a researcher. So a few things that we've done, we have partnered with researchers to make some of that incremental progress, and that has worked, but it has been a struggle to change the culture of the agency to allow external parties access to the data. The other is we're very close to making some of our data available through the Federal Statistical Research Data Centers that Census runs. So all this linking, our data on some of our larger programs will be linked and available for researchers to access with approved projects. So we're making strides here, and we think that there's a lot of pros to this external collaboration idea. Obviously, external researchers have a lot of expertise that federal agencies just don't have. They have that independence factor, so no one should be accusing an independent researcher of manipulating the results so that it looks favorable for the agency, whereas if I were to produce research and I am employed by the agency, one might assume that I have an incentive to find a positive result. They have a lot of credibility. Many federal agencies have a lot of people with PhDs, but those people are not typically employed in a research capacity. There are definitely some, but many are not. So having people with the credibility because they're in the research and academic community gives that much more power to the findings. And then the last is transparency. So decision-making is very opaque for the federal government. And knowing where data exists and what we were pursuing and why gives the citizenry the ability to say, well, why didn't you use this? It makes democracy better and stronger. On the other hand, we encounter some difficulties. One is the federal government is slow, so you'd think we'd all be used to it, but publishing results in an academic journal is worse, if you can believe it. So changing that culture within the agency to know that we can have incremental results that you can use to inform decisions, even though they're not published yet, is possible. For example, some centers at universities will publish like blogs or things at incremental paces, even if that paper isn't journal ready yet. That helps us. So I would encourage you, if you're approaching a federal agency on wanting to collaborate, understand that waiting 3 years for your research to be published is probably not going to be okay. So how can you be okay publishing at least something, even if it's not in an academic journal, to help the agency find their win there as well? Data sharing is always a problem. As I mentioned, there's that kind of trilemma of confidentiality, access, and accuracy. That's getting better, but it's still a very slow slog. Some agencies are really good at this, or at least better than others. Like HUD has fairly easy access to their data for research. Others have, like Census, obviously the Federal Statistical Research Data Centers, you do have to go through a pretty intensive process to get access to that data for specific projects, but it's possible. And then there's agencies like mine, which are kind of immature in this and not well equipped for sharing data. And so each data sharing agreement we enter is done on an ad hoc basis and takes a long time because it seems like we're trying to figure everything out from scratch each time. Finding common interests can be difficult. As I mentioned, some researchers have very specific things they're interested in, and it can be granular such that it's not of use to an agency, or vice versa. The agency might only care about understanding the outcomes of a program and the impact of it, whereas that's not necessarily useful in the academic world. So finding those interests can be difficult. And then the last is, I mentioned transparency as a benefit, but it is also very scary for people that are in charge of running federal programs, because what if you find out it doesn't work? Or what if you find out that the whole concept as to why it should work is based on kind of some sort of false theory or some theory that doesn't play out in reality? That's very scary for people, even though we know that most programs aren't going to go away even if the data says that it's not working. It's scary to know that. So changing the conversation from we're going to tell you if your program is working or not to we're going to tell you if your program is accomplishing something, and if not, why, and how we can make it better. It's not a thumbs up or a thumbs down. It's a how can we improve? How can we make it work? How can we tweak it such that it does have the outcomes you want? So I want to encourage all of you, if you're interested in partnering with a federal agency, could be ours, but not everybody's interested in entrepreneurship and small business research. All major agencies should be publishing their learning agendas here within the next year or two. They should be mentioning where those external collaborations are useful, and you should be reaching out to them. Figure out who those people are. If you want to collaborate from a federal agency, it is so hard to know who cares. And we can throw it out there, and we can reach out to different people, and we network. But we really need the research community to come to us as well. So that is my plea to you all today.
Thank you. Questions? Jeff.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about this big trend around things like accelerators, and in particular on the federal government.
Can you use the mic? Yeah.
That's right. Sorry, Jeff Alexander with RTI. There's a lot of interest around like accelerators, and particularly in the federal agencies, things like NSF's I-Core, and there's copies of that in NIH and other agencies. And I'm kind of curious to see are there any results, anybody else seeing kind of the effects of those entrepreneurship assistance programs from the federal side really getting differential outcomes in terms of both commercializing academic research, but in general, improving the success and survival rate of ventures, things along that line?
Sure. So I can speak to that a little bit. So I think So not all of those things you just said are at all related to each other. So let's kind of back that up a little bit. So ICOR, very successful program, a huge part of how we engage and start our entrepreneurship process, particularly in the sciences. That's really still at the early idea stage, and we tend to think about that. While it is an engagement on a specific project, and I do track company outcomes, really a lot of the returns that you see there are in expanding mindset, I'd say, of the scientists that are involved. This program, if you're not familiar with it, requires a great deal of customer interviews, at least our iteration, which I'm most familiar with. Then there's certainly, as you tend to think, so I don't think of that as an accelerator, then I think further down the line. So, for example, there's the Chain Reactions Institute that Argonne National Laboratories runs. This is an initiative, I believe they're entering their 4th cohort, if I remember correctly. So they recruit for, I think, 5 to 7 companies that can take advantage of Argonne's huge investments in materials and research. And I think they've seen a lot of great success. So one of the companies that I mentioned in my comments came out of that accelerator. What we've actually seen, and I'd say this is so working with Argonne and the national laboratories, we partnered very closely with Polsky to actually take some of the learnings from ICOR and add that to the Chain Reactions Institute. So a lot of what we've tried to do is to help those accelerators, which I think are showing good results, make sure that when people get into those programs that they haven't missed the fundamentals, for lack of a better term. And oftentimes, then you still need the ecosystem of support around them. So, for example, we end up incubating some of the companies that might age out of Argonne's program as they're still finishing their raises and moving into market. So for us, it really does take that ecosystem approach to make, typically accelerators can be anywhere from 10 weeks to, 2 years or 3 years, I believe, in the Argonne case. It does take that kind of ecosystem to make it successful, but you see a lot of good things coming out of it.
So I have a question. We heard a lot from you as well as the previous set of panelists about the importance of aligning interests for these kinds of collaborations. Let's talk a little bit more about that. I mean, is that something that's we need a lot of serendipity to find those, or what can you say about actually doing a good job of directing that, looking for those aligned interests? And we'll start with you, Kate. I think you mentioned that several times.
Yeah, I think whether it's a public-private or academic with public health or even interdisciplinary within a university, I think finding people who have passion around the same ideas is number one. And then you can figure out, early on in our discussions, we'll talk about well, what do you need from this project, or what are your goals from this project? And I think getting those questions out in the open really early has helped a lot of our collaborations. For example, I was working with someone who was in our Batten School of Leadership and Public Policy, so a health economist. And I had no idea, what does he need to get promoted? What's important to him? So the first time we met, we just talked about that. And it turned out that, they had less authors on most of their papers, but it would be good for him to be published in medical journals. He didn't care about where he was in the authorship in the order, because for them it's usually alphabetical, whereas for medical journals it's very important if you're first or last or if you're in the middle. So that was kind of eye-opening to see that. And what mattered to him was that we needed to get grant funding so we could get bought out of teaching time. And then the same thing with our public health colleagues. They don't usually care where they are in the order of the publication. They just want to be involved, have input, and a lot of times they're key in helping to interpret the findings we have, because they might be able to tell me oh yeah, you found that because we actually had this extra program that layered on and probably produced that result. So I think talking early on, getting everyone's interests out in the open has generally served us well.
So we have found a couple of things. One, I echo the mutual understanding of everybody's goals. That can be hard for, I would say, senior leaders within the federal government to understand what researchers are hoping to get out of this and what their life looks like. And then conversely, for researchers to understand the perhaps what is viewed as apprehension and closed offness of the senior leader and access to data and the willingness to do research. So getting past that is kind of the first hurdle. And then the other is having flexibility on both sides. So you might have a really specific research area that you're interested in, and then the other party might as well. So how can both get what they need out of it? If I want a specific, perhaps fairly easy from an academic perspective research question answered, and I don't want to wait 3 years for it to be published in a journal, can you accommodate that in exchange for broader access and ability to publish on the thing that you care about that might take 3 to 5 years, but you're okay with that because that's kind of the timeline you might operate on in your academic world?
I would just maybe add, so, from our perspective, having an integrated technology transfer office and entrepreneurship center, I do think that creates some synergies for alignment within the university that can be very positive. I'd also say as, being being at the start of, the new institutions, things that are being put in place, really also helps to ensure that there's alignment from the perspective of, how we're thinking about what's coming out, in addition to the research that's going on. All of that helps us to have, deeper, alignment and easier conversations with industry partners.
Great. Yeah, and I'm just thinking back to the idea of assessing and evaluating these kinds of partnerships. If you're having those conversations right up front and talking about what do you want to get out of it, that's essentially setting up some kind of a logic model, because then you can think about, if that's what we're trying to do, is what we're talking about doing gonna get us there, and what's our theory here in terms of what this program, what this partnership's gonna do, and then you have some metrics that you can try to track down the line. So good. Any other thoughts? People want to wrap it up and go home, I can sense. Well, let's give our panelists a round of applause. And also give yourselves a round of applause for sticking it out this long. And as an award, we'll have Nick talk to us for another 15 or 20 minutes. Now, I think in the agenda we had put some time in to just reflect on today and the overall conference. I mean, I thought we heard a lot of really valuable things today. We saw some very interesting tools. Hopefully you saw things that interest you. I think a couple of points that I think we talked about all day is about people, the importance of people when we're doing these kinds of analyses and in understanding the ecosystem of science, but then also at the end here, the importance of people in those collaborations. And I think that's this conference, just to kind of, Anne's nodding because she wants me to kind of talk about the conference and finish it out. But I think the point of this conference really was about getting those conversations going around from different perspectives, different stakeholders, building up our own kind of community of people who are interested and literate in the ideas around research management, research evaluation, and metrics, and then establishing collaborations. And every year this conference changes a little bit. This is the third year. Each location adds its own identity to it. I think we saw that with GW and the perspective that Nick and his collaborators brought to the program. And so this is in part just an offer and a pitch for folks who were here and who liked the format of the conference and want to be involved. We definitely want to bring new people in. There's some talk that we may already have a location. We'll see about that. But follow us. I think there's, at the minimum, there's a Twitter handle for the conference. We'll be back next year at some point. And just wanted to say thanks again to GW and the Elliott School for hosting us. Thanks to Bioscientifica for all their help running the logistics. Thanks to all our presenters and panelists throughout the day. And I think with that, we can close. Thanks. Sure.